Hi guys, Ryu here and welcome to our Game Asset Course 2.0 in which we're going to be designing this gun. Now before I started recording this course, I actually went ahead and designed this rifle from scratch. So what you're seeing on the screen is actually something I did before the course was recorded. I wanted to make sure the design is up to the standard and it's well balanced and makes you think the gun is believable. You could grab it and shoot with it. So that was the point, to make a realistic looking weapon. At the same time, make a weapon that is a sci-fi weapon. So it's a blend between something classic, like a Winchester, kind of a lever action weapon, and energy weapon, because you can see it's not a ballistic weapon, it's actually an energy weapon with a cartridge here. And it's a medium range sort of a sniper rifle, so very compact, very cool design. So what we're going to be using in this course, we're going to be using an outline, sort of a silhouette of this gun to trace our main block out to achieve two things. One of them is going to be achieve a perfect balance, because I really took my time to make sure that this design and the ratio of the receiver, stock, etc. is actually well balanced. So it's going to be easier to achieve that and reproduce that. So we're going to trace just a major block out of this gun. And two, it will actually help you understand how this works and how to create a block out, or borrow an idea from someone else and sort of trace something and then build on top of it using your own imagination and style. So occasionally, you can just get inspired with someone else's work and you want to borrow some elements from it. So this is going to be a good good exercise to learn that. So anyway, this gun is the prototype, you can say. We're going to be changing a few things in it. For example, I think the trigger could be done a bit better. There's not a great transition here in this area. I don't really like that, so we can do this better. But other than that, we're going to be kind of sticking to this design because I really like it and I think it looks pretty cool. So let's hop into Blender. Let's just close that, and we're going to be using Blender 3.1, and one of the reasons for that is that, actually the only reason for that is that my screencast keys add-on wasn't really working very well in 3.1. I don't know, it just switches itself off mid recording and stop registering keystrokes. You just you can see it's just a mouse, but there are no keystrokes, so that was a little bit disappointing. So I'm gonna try Blender 3.1 alpha. It's an experimental build, but you can follow in Blender 3.0 is the same thing. Now I'm gonna be using 4 add-ons. I'm gonna be using HardOps, Box Cutter, and I'm gonna be using Machine Tools and PowerSafe. And if you would like to learn about settings of my add-ons, you can watch the video I recorded separately, and you can learn about all these settings I'm using and how to set my UI interface, so you can actually have the same look of Blender that I do, and it's gonna be maybe easier for you to follow. Now we're gonna be using, like I said, the cutout of the weapon. You can find the image of this cutout in the project files. It's a JPEG, and we're gonna drop it here in our scene. So before we drop an image here, we need to actually set our scene correctly. So we're gonna go to tilde key and right view and numpad 5 orthographic, and then we're going to drag and drop this JPEG into our Blender. So simply drag and drop it and just drop it somewhere here. Now you can see that this origin point is not really aligned with the cursor, so it's not aligned with the word origin, which you can very easily fix by simply selecting this image, Shift S, and to cursor, which will rotate our image a little bit. So we can RZ and 90, and then RY and 90. And again, side view, orthographic, and we're good to go. Now we're gonna add a cube, and let's see how our scale looks. Well, cube is 2 by 2 meters. So, I mean, this gun is not 4 meters long, but we can play with sizes later on. We don't have to do it now. We can actually adjust the scale later on. In fact, if you would like, we could make this even bigger, because it's going to be easier to perform certain cuts and operations, and we can scale the gun down later on to whatever scale we want. We can parent this to an empty and scale the whole gun down. Not a big deal, so we can do it later. Okay, so I would actually make this bigger. We're gonna be easier to add shapes and sort of cut things out. It's just things are easier on a larger scale. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this cube because we will not need that. I'm gonna run a power save here, I already have a save file, so if you saved your file once, then you can just simply run a power save. And we're gonna do this with box cutters. So let's enable box cutter with Alt W, press D, and choose N-gon. And we're gonna start tracing this shape. Now, before we start tracing, we want to make sure that we cannot select this shape by mistake. So what we're gonna do is select that, and we're gonna go here and enable this option and uncheck it, which will make this image unselectable. So there's no way we can select it by mistake. Now we need that because we want to trace on top of it, so it's going to be much easier. So we're going to be using our box cutter for this, and when you start tracing or cutting with N-gon without anything selected, now with box cutter, when you start tracing or drawing in cutter without anything selected, you're going to be actually creating a shape. This is the function we're going to be using for outlining this gun. So let's go back to N-gon, and let's follow these cutout lines that I created quite closely, and we're gonna be able to reproduce the shape quite well. So let's go up here, and then move your mouse here, and I can see that this angle doesn't really fit, so we can hold Control to freely adjust this angle here. Click here, then release your Control, so it's gonna be a straight line again. Go somewhere here, and then we're gonna go down here, and we're gonna go up here, hold Control again, then trace here with Control pressed, and then we're gonna trace down here, and then down here, and then somewhere up here. And now when you go up, eventually you'll see the dot is gonna be highlighted. That means that the line here is actually flat, okay, on the y-axis. So we're gonna click here, press E, middle mouse button to rotate, and we're going to kind of, make it thicker. This kind of a thickness should do. So now with this blocked out, we're going to grab these two edges and we're going to be beveling them. But before we bevel them, we need to talk about something important. When you create a game asset, you need to make sure that it's going to be easy to optimize it, meaning create a low poly. So if you're going to create a bevel, you want to maintain the even number of segments. And what I mean by that is that when you bevel, you can see on the bottom here, it says segments in brackets 12. You don't want it 11 or 9, you want it 10, 12, 6, 8, etc. Even number, okay? So when I created number 12 bevel, so there are 12 segments in here and 13 edges, you want to be able to select every second edge of that bevel inside, and when you dissolve these edges, you simply halve this bevel in terms of resolution. And I can keep going until, the bevel basically disappears to almost nothingness, right? You don't want to touch these outer edges, especially when you work on faces that are flat, like here. Because when you remove this edge, which is a supporting edge, or this one, okay, or you move them, you will change the way this face here is being shaded, okay, this face. So you want to be able to only remove these edges in the middle, every second one, okay? And to be able to do that, you need to have even number of segments and uneven number of edges, all right? So when you're going to bevel something in a high poly model, you always need to use even number of segments as long as you need it for optimization, okay? So Control B, we're going to bevel that in orthographic view here. So Control B, 12 segments is enough, I think, and we're going to create like a arch here, and grab this one, and we're going to do the same thing here. Now you see that we're probably going to have to move this one a little bit on on y-axis, maybe somewhere here. Let's try that now. That's a little bit better. I think that's perfect. We can also use 12 segments here, no problem. That's fine. And then we're going to bevel this side here. So select that with Control and Control B, and now when I'm going to be beveling this, you'll see that this bevel is going to hit this this edge here, okay? So watch this. If I'm going to select that, and this bevel is going to hit this edge. So don't overdo it, because, you will be sort of deforming this bevel here quite heavily. Another thing is that you don't want to go across this half of the shape. So, you don't want to encroach on the second half on the left side of the shape, because we're going to be mirroring this to the other side. So this bevel should be quite reasonable, okay? So let's bevel this, and let's see, well, something like this maybe. Something like this maybe is fine. I think maybe that's too much. Maybe something like this is reasonable, okay? This is reasonable. And here, the same thing, we can bevel this. You can hold Shift if you want to. And you know, this could be a little bit thicker, to be honest, but you know, that looks pretty cool to me. That looks pretty cool to me. And we're gonna add weighted normals, so Alt click on sharpen. And now here in this area we can fix that. There's a straight edge, you see that? So we can go to edit mode, we can add, for example, two loops here, and we can grab these two, and we are in orthographic mode, which means we can move them freely, and they're going to move on the flat surface. So we're going to move them simply with G, and move one here, and that's okay. Grab these two and GG, so we're going to move them on this arch of the bevel, GG, and move them in here, and you know, GG, and move them over here. And then what we're going to do is going to select this, Control select this, we're going to go to Edit Preferences, and we're going to enable Loop Tools, and let's enable that. In fact, we're going to enable a few more add-ons here. We enable Bolt Tools, which is enabled. We're going to enable Edit Mesh Tools. We're going to enable Copy Attributes Menu. We're going to enable 3D Print Toolbox. We're going to enable F2. And Node Wrangler for the future texturing. And save preferences. So now with this Loop Tools add-on enabled, I can right click here, and I want you to notice what's going to happen into these two verts. Right click, and we're going to go to Relax on Loop Tools. Boom, you see that vert moved a little bit to the top. It kind of relaxed this arch and made it more rounded. So now if you're going to look here, it looks, you know, it looks basically perfect. So this is exactly what I wanted. Now we're going to save that with power save, okay, and we're going to continue here with this shape. So let's keep going. Now this shape is really easy. We can actually borrow this face to create this shape. So we're going to go to edit mode, select the face, Q, and control click on curve extract, which will basically rip this face off of the mesh. Okay, so this face now is ripped off. We're going to move this origin point back to the face, so Shift S, and we're going to move it to geometry. And we're going to go to edit mode and select this edge on the top, and we're going to E extrude it all the way here, right? And then we're going to extrude it down, so E and go down, and E and go down here, and E and, you know, extrude it all the way up here. And then we're going to combine it with machine tools. So go to vert mode, select this, shift select that, and press 1 and 1. And then we're gonna click here with Alt on one of these verts and press F, Alt click and F, and we get a stock. So with this shape traced, what we're gonna do is press Alt Z to be able to see through the shape. And with the box cutter, we're going to trace that here, hold Control, here, and then release Control, and here, here, and here. Press Tab, and now we can actually adjust these points a little bit. Move them somewhere here. There we go. And these two, we can move them a little bit. Hold Control further away. There we go. And then we can just press E and simply cut it through, and Shift click to shift it to live, and see if you need to adjust anything. I think it's okay. So Shift 2 and remove it to cutters, and Alt Z. How we're looking really good. Now this shape on the bottom is really easy, guys, so we can borrow it as well. But before we do that, we can actually mirror this shape across itself. So here we can actually symmetrize this shape across itself. So Alt X, press D for mirror options, and click on symmetry and symmetrize to the other side. So and then we're going to be perfectly symmetrized. We don't need this edge in the middle, so Alt click and dissolve edge, and you know, everything is great. Now we can grab this shape on the bottom, so grab this face, and we can actually extract it. So Q, and we can control click on curve extract, then Shift S and to geometry, then go to face mode and simply extrude it with E, and then press G and move it all the way here. Zoom in, and we're going to G that, so move it closely, so it kind of follows really closely this shape. Cool. Awesome. And then actually we can move it a bit further away, somewhere here, and then we can cut it with end gun. So we can start somewhere here to align it, and we can just chop it off. All right, cool. And now Alt Z, and let's keep on slicing. So this shape here is really easy. You're just gonna slice it like that, hold Control again. So that's one. And this shape is also easy. So we're just gonna simply cut it here, select the shape and cut it. Hold Control and slice. And here too. And slice. Alt Z. Perfect. Cool. Now this top here is gonna be really easy because we're gonna be using again the same shape here. So let's go to face mode, click this, Control click here, and then Q and Control click on curve extract. Select this bit, Shift S into geometry, and then just go to face mode, click on that, and we're gonna extrude it E, Y, and all the way here. And then we're gonna grab these, right? And simply E, Z, and extrude it up here to this white line, you see. And then grab this, select this one, go to vert mode, select this vert with Shift, Alt A, and bottom. This is the align tool with machine tools, really handy. Now we don't need all these edges, so press F, and here press F, and we're simply gonna symmetrize it to the other side with hard ops. Go to edge, select that edge with Alt X, dissolve. And we're good to go. Now Alt Z, and we're gonna have to do some cutting. So select this shape, this one, and we're gonna run an end gun here. That's the one, you know, priority number 1. That's gonna be our screen, and then we need to create this cutout here in the front. So we need to run a cut from here. Let's just select this shape again and run a cut here, like this, and down here. And in fact, I would start a little bit further away here to be able to fit the bevel in, because we're gonna have to bevel that. So kind of like that here, and like this, and then press B for bevel. And if you move your mouse, you can bevel this. If you're gonna go to chamfer, just go back again to the left and bevel. And we're gonna create, I don't know how many segments, I would say 10 is maybe reasonable, and cut it. And then we're gonna recover this cutter, so F scroll, and we're gonna move it a little bit down. Yeah, so click and G and just move it here so it aligns with this, you know, this white line. And here in the front, you know, we can cut it too, so we can slice it like this. Press X and slash it, so we got 2 pieces here. Okay, Alt Z and go back. And now we need to create a trigger. So again, select this one, Alt Z, and we're going to cut this first here. So we're gonna make this cutout. All right, so slash, okay, and then we're gonna make this trigger using a cube. So add a cube, and we can actually Alt Z so we can see that. Move this cube here. We need to be very precise, guys. Okay, we need to be really precise here in the corner. So make sure you zoom in closely and are very precise with this. Cool. And then we're going to move this face in, all right, and this face up, so it aligns here, GZ, like that. Cool. And this one needs to align with this cut here. So again, get close. GY, move it in here. It's actually, could be actually a little bit higher, to be honest. So let me see that. Yeah, we could align this a little bit better. So this would do. And here, GY, and move it a bit to the corner. There we go. And then we can grab this edge here and GY, and, you know, move it all the way here until it meets. So GY and keep moving until you're gonna meet that you know, match that angle here. And then we're simply going to Alt Z that, and we're going to cut it. So we're gonna use this actual corner of the weapon here. So, you know, cut it somewhere here, right? And slash it. And then let's select the shape, have a scroll, click and GY and move it in here so the corner matches, and Shift 2. Perfect. Now the middle cutout is really easy. So select the shape and simply do it with an end gun. And we're not gonna be beveling this, we're gonna bevel this later. So we're just gonna simply cut it, hold Control here and slice it, and Alt Z, and that's our blockout. So more or less we're done, guys. Now we need the barrels. Okay, so the barrels are really easy. We're gonna do them with the cube. So just add a cube, scale it down, and, you know, move it somewhere here and scale it up a bit. There you go. Select this part here, the face, and simply GY and move it in. Now the barrel from the front, and don't worry about the alignment, we're gonna fix it later. The barrel from the front is actually interesting. It's a little bit narrower. We're going to Control A to apply scale. Go to Edge Mode, select these two, Control B, then we're gonna scroll down to create a chamfer, right? And then we're going to grab this bit here on the top, the face, and SX and scale it in. That's actually the shape of the barrel. It's kind of like a cool highlight here in the bottom. Actually, this one is rotated. So here Shift D and Z and drop it down, and this one is smaller. So we're going to make this smaller, right? A bit smaller, right? Just a little bit smaller, and move it somewhere here. And this one is rotated, so RY 180, okay? So they're kind of facing one another. And select them both, and we're gonna cut them here because they're too long, okay? And this will be our blockout, and the scope we're gonna be doing at the end after the gun is done. So we don't have to worry about the scope right now. All we need to do is just fix the proportions and, you know, fix this geometry, but we can do it in the next video. So this will be our blockout, a very initial blockout. You see that we following the shape very nicely. We can actually turn it off in render because it's important, and we can turn the visibility off right now. And if we need it for the future, we can always bring it back in. But I don't think we're going to be using that anymore. You know, I think we're good, so we can just simply hide it, and we can rename it. We call it JPEG preview. Okay, cool. So that's that. So let's save that, and we're gonna continue in the next video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hey guys, Ryu here, welcome back, and in this video we're gonna be fixing this blockout and making sure that everything is aligned. So first of all, we need to fix that, you know, the triggers. So let's scale it on X-axis, and let me make sure that it really, you know, it really fits here. So SX, and just gonna drop it in here. You can hold Shift if you want to be more precise. There we go. This one is to get sharpened, so click on Sharpen. And also we need to enable our cavity because it's disabled. And when we're gonna go to Machine Tools, I think I need to disable one of the options that actually turns on and off my cavity. It drives me nuts. So Machine Tools, yeah, this one, toggle cavity. This is just completely annoying. There we go. I like cavity because it sort of helps me to read this shape a bit better, especially without any bevels, you know. So that's that. Now we need to select everything and Shift S and, you know, origin to geometry, so it's going to move to respective parts. But we also need to make sure that everything is properly aligned. So this trigger, first of all, let's select the trigger, Shift select this stock, Alt X, press X to reset the mirror because it was set to symmetry, and mirror, so it's gonna be, you know, perfectly mirrored trigger. That's one. Two, the stock is fine, and now we need to align these two with the main shape. But to be able to do that, we need to actually move the gun to the cursor, because you can see that the cursor is in the world's origin. So Shift S and to origin, right? It's in the world's origin. And when we added a cube to create these barrels, it was added on the cursor. But since we were tracing these elements with box cutter, it wasn't really added on the cursor. but on top of it. So sort of, you know, on the right hand side of this world. So we need to sort of align them all together. So what we're going to do, we're going to add an empty, okay, to this stock. So we're going to move the cursor to select it, okay, to this stock. Then we're going to Shift I and add an empty, all right. And then we're going to select all these bits, right, and the trigger, so all these bits, and Shift select the empty, Control P, and object keep transform. So when I'm going to move this, I'm going to move everything. Now, hard ops is actually parenting cutters to your mesh. But if any cutters are not parented, what you can do is you can select the mesh, Q, operations, and uniqueify. This will assign unique cutters and parent them to each of your meshes. All right. So now with this being parented, we can deselect everything, Shift S and cursor to origin, and then click on empty, Shift S and to cursor. And this will align this gun in the middle of the world, okay? And then we can grab these two and simply, you know, move them somewhere here, okay? We can bring the image back for a second, and we can align this image, all right? So let's just enable visibility of this image. We can align this image with our gun, more or less, okay? And we can make sure that these barrels, you know, are actually properly positioned, right? So, see what I mean? And now you can disable the image again, so we can turn it off. Cool, and let's save it because, you know, that's important, right? So power save. Okay guys, let's tackle this trigger. It's the second time I'm recording this video. I didn't like the previous way I explained this, and it's actually quite important because this trigger is not difficult to create, but we're going to be using quite a few tools that are really essential to hard ops and hard surface modeling. So I want to take it a bit more slow and, you know, go deep in terms of details. First of all, what we need to do is we need to fix this cut, because you can see that neither this top face is flat, nor this edge actually follows the angle of this edge. So this is not parallel and that is not flat. Now what I could do is go to, you know, select the mesh, go to Q, ever scroll and scroll through my modifiers, select the one that I want to adjust and go to edit mode, select the edge, G, you know, Y, and adjust it. I could also go to local view with / and grab that face and SZ0 to scale it, you know, on Z axis, make it flat. But it will not really fix my problem here, because even if I, like I said, adjusted it manually, I'm going to be eyeballing this, and that's not good enough, okay? So I'm going to do is I'm going to press X and delete that completely. We're going to recut that. Now, in order to recut it, we need to select that. We need to grab our background and press Alt-Z to go into X-ray mode. I'm going to go to D menu with box cutter enabled here. And pick N-gon. Alright, so let's cut it, and I'm gonna be cutting it a little bit lower than the original height here to create a bit of a thicker transition here. So let's just cut it in here, 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 here. And then when I'm gonna be following this angle here, you can see there's a dot showing. But when I'm gonna get closer and sort of overlap, it's going to change color. This indicates that this top edge is perfectly flat. So what you can do, you can click and then click again to cut. But the problem is that occasionally what happens, your mouse moves and you see that happens, and you can click here and create an additional point that you don't need. So to go around that, what we're gonna do is match this height here and simply press space to cut, okay? This will create a perfect cut in that mesh. Alt-Z to turn off this X-ray, turn this off, and we're good to go. Perfect. Now another thing I want to do is I wanted to cut this trigger in a way that's going to follow the curvature of this stock. To do that, we're going to borrow a geometry from the stock itself. So go to edit mode, select this edge here with Control. And now there are two ways of actually doing that with Blender, okay? One way would be to rip that off with Shift D, right mouse button to cancel so it goes back to its original position, then press P and selection. That will rip this edge off of this stock and create a separate object out of it. Okay, so you can select it here and, you know, work with it. We're gonna delete it because I'm gonna show you a better way of doing it quicker. Okay, so let's select this edge again with Control, and we're gonna go to Hardop's Q menu and Control click on Curve Extract, which will do exactly that. We'll separate the edge, rip it off of the geo, and, you know, it's just quicker. So go to Edit Mode here, E, Y, and scale it on Y axis, and let's go back here, and we're going to extrude it downwards. Okay, so let's go to Edit Mode and select that face. And by the way, this screencast keys is bugging out again, guys. Can't do anything about it. Let's just try one more time. Select this face here and Control plus 3 times to expand the selection, and EZ, and let's go down here, and then SZ0 to scale it on a Z axis so it's perfectly flat. Now you see we got a bit of a problem with the boolean here. The boolean basically got carried over from the original stock. Because stock here, if you go to Control tilde menu and go to this wrench for modifiers and turn the boolean visibility in viewport on and off, you can see that there's a boolean here, right? And the same boolean got carried over to this mesh, okay? So we need to turn it off, or even better, remove it. So we're going to press Control tilde and simply remove it, right? And the boolean is gone. So now we're going to shift click this mesh, go to local view, and now we need to fix our cutter. So select the cutter and go to Edit Mode. And first what we're gonna do, we're gonna press 3 to clean it with machine tools, okay? This is the first thing I usually do when I'm, you know, dealing with this kind of a mess, because it cleans the geo. It doesn't clean everything, but, you know, we're gonna get to it. So select this vert and Control click here, press F, click here on that vert, okay, in the corner here, and you can press 4. If it doesn't work for you, you can select both of them here and press F, does the same thing. And Alt click here and press F again, and this is gonna be, you know, manifold geo. Okay, so now we need to smooth this mesh out. Normally what I would do, I would go to right click and shade smooth, and then go here, normals and auto smooth. But in terms of hard ups, it's really easy. You simply press Q and click on sharpen. This will apply smoothness, auto smooth, all kinds of things to the mesh. Okay, and for now this is okay. So now we need to boolean this trigger using the shape. So there are 2 ways you can go about it, okay? You can use intersect or slash. Intersect boolean is a bit less intuitive, but I'm gonna show you both ways, okay? So select the cutter, right? Select the boolean with shift, and then go to Q, and go to booleans, and go to intersection. You can see that intersection boolean will slice everything outside the mesh that's an intersection between both boolean and the mesh that you're cutting. So literally the overlapping bit between 2 meshes, okay? Let's go back. Another way of doing this would be going to Q menu, booleans, and slash. And slash is a bit more intuitive because it's going to slash that shape into 2. One in the middle, one outside. We don't need the one outside, so simply X and delete. And we are left with the shape inside. Shift 2 to remove the cutter, and let's go back to our, you know, solid view. Now here, the reason why I see that Z fighting is because when I was explaining you regarding the cutters on this mesh and a trigger, I turned off visibility of the boolean in viewport. So go to Control tilde with the stock selected and simply turn back on the visibility in viewport. Okay, so there you go. Now it's peachy. So next thing we need to do is we need to, you know, apply these booleans. But before we do that, I want to run bevels here on these edges. What I want to do is I want to bevel these corners here, okay? But in order to bevel these corners, I need to actually bevel the cutter, and I'll tell you why. If I were to apply boolean to this mesh and try to bevel these corners, it will not work very well, and I'll show you why. If I shift D that mesh, you can see that I'm shifting and duplicating this trigger, but the booleans actually stay stationary, right? So when I'm going to right click to cancel, I can move this mesh with G, but you can see it disappears because it's been cut off by the cutters that run on the original trigger. So what I need to do is I need to copy the cutters from the original trigger and parent them to the duplicated trigger. So you can press Q, go to operations with hard ups and uniquify. This will do exactly that. It will literally duplicate all the cutters and parent them to the mesh. Now I can move this duplicated trigger separately. So let's move it here, and I'm going to go to operations and smart apply and apply all the modifiers, okay? So now if I'm going to grab this edge here and I will try to bevel it, you will see what happens. This edge here is going to block me, okay? Watch, right? See what I mean? And that's the basically, you know, a limitation of poly modeling, okay? In NURBS modeling like Fusion 360 or Moy, this would be easy, but here we need to think, you know, we need to think differently. So instead of applying modifiers, we're gonna bevel the modifier before applying it, okay? So we're going to click on the mesh, Q, and we're going to go to F scroll. Scroll till you find this cutter in the middle, click, and we're going to go to edge mode and we're going to start beveling the cutter, right? And it's gonna bevel live on the mesh, see? So 4 segments is enough here, right? Here we're gonna have another 4. So 4, and here in the bottom we can have 6. It's good to have different size of bevels. It's actually, you know, really nice for your design. So we're gonna create a bit of a bigger bevel here in the bottom. Don't overdo it, because, you know, this kind of a bevel is fine. Cool. So we're good to go, and I think we're ready to apply, you know, these cutters. So operations, smart apply, and you know, we're done. Now you'll notice that we have some kind of shading problems here on this left side, but don't worry about it. We're gonna handle it later. We have a few more things to do, okay? All right, so next thing we need to do, we need to create a smoother transition here, kind of a curved one between these two surfaces. So what we need to do is we need to bevel these two edges. Now you'll notice that they have a different color. We're gonna talk about it in a second. But before we do that, let's bevel this, okay? So let's Control B that, and you know, 4 segments is enough, and try to maintain a sort of an equal distance here between, sort of equal size of these quads, okay? That's quite important. All right, cool, that will do. And the other side we'll take care of later. We're gonna symmetrize it, so don't worry about it. We're gonna work on this side, okay? Now you'll notice that we have this kind of like a sharp transition here between these 3 surfaces, right? We need to remove it. What's causing it is actually sharp, mark sharp in Blender. We can remove that by going to edit mode, selecting everything, going to edge mode, right clicking and clearing sharp. This will clear the sharp edge from the equation, okay? Now when you go to Control tilde menu, right, and press this button here, you will see 3 types of attributes that are gonna be applied to a mesh using sharp option, okay? And that's crease, bevel weight, and sharp. Seam is turned off, but you can turn it off. That's used for unwrapping. Crease is used mostly for subdivision workflow. We're not gonna be doing that. We can switch it off. Now we have B weight and sharp, okay? Now we could actually turn off sharp as well, because all we're gonna be using in fact is B weight, and we're gonna be using it later on with this trigger. So let's just switch it off for the time being and press OK, all right? So now if I'm gonna press Q and sharpen, it will run bevel weight on every single edge that's above 30 degrees in sharpness. So like here, for example, it's 90 degrees, right? Here, you know, would be still 90. But for example, well, we don't have an example now, but we will have in a minute. They're gonna be shallower angles than that. So we're gonna have some interesting conundrum going on with bevels. We're gonna be, you know, fixing that, and we will be needing bevel weight for this. So we're gonna come back to this in a minute, okay? For now, just switch them off, and you know, we can move on with our modeling. So now, before we do anything here, what I want to do is I want to apply a chamfer that will run across this outer edge here, okay? So, you know, this edge here, right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this edge all around here, all right? All around here, right? And we're going to Control B and bevel it and scroll down our mouse. Now when you're gonna be beveling this with Control B, you will see there's gonna be a menu here in the bottom. You can open it up and turn off this loop slide, okay? So when you turn that off, it will help you with maintaining the level of these supporting edges here on the geometry. They will not move when you're creating the bevel. And this should really help immensely with maintaining the correct shading of this portion, because when you start moving these beams about, okay, that's when the shading starts shifting because it's supporting this curvature here. We have a choice to either encroach on this edge here or not. I'm gonna go aggressively and I'm gonna actually overlap this here. We're gonna fix this in a minute. But before we do anything, we need to fix this disaster here, right? See, that pull is caused by an edge being pulled upwards. So watch this. If I'm going to bevel this one more time, you see what happens with these edges? They just simply being pulled upwards like that. And that actually could be caused by double vert here. There you go, this double vert. Let's fix it first. To fix this problem here, we need to merge these two verts, but we need to talk about curvatures and bevels first. This face is flat, okay? So if I move this edge up, it's possible that this face will lose its straightness, its flatness. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna move the supporting beam of the bevel, which usually I would not do, but it's such a microscopic movement, I think it's gonna be okay. So click here and press 1. So the vert from the top merges with the one on the bottom. And we need to check if everything is okay on the other side. It seems to be fine. Cool. So now we can run this chamfer, right? So let's simply click here and control click all around this edge here, right? And control B that. And now you see that now we got a clean bevel going on. We can make it larger to overlap here on the top. That's cool. Let's go back to edit mode and fix this a bit. GG, we could slide it to relax it a bit. And this one definitely could be relaxed, okay? Here. And that's cool. Now here, you can see that we are losing this curvature. So if you go to side view, orthographic, okay, we can actually move this freely. So press G and move it a little bit to sort of create this gentle curve here, sort of recover it, okay? And make sure that you're not moving this vert on x-axis, because that will break the shading of this wall, all right? Of this, you know, of this face here, this curvature. Now on the other side, we're probably going to have to fix a few things here. GG, move it in here. Same here, GG, move it in. Side view, orthographic, and we're going to just ever so slightly move this one out, okay? Cool. And the rest I think is okay. Right here too, we could just, you know, GG that a little bit to ease off this transition. GG, you know, here too. You could try to run, select this, you know, this edge here and run right click loop tools and relax. You know, this could work, but it might actually shift some supporting beams here. I don't want to do that. I don't want to change the curvature of this, you know, of this plane, okay? So I don't want to touch it. All right, so with this done, what we're going to do is we're going to apply bevel, okay? So Q and apply bevel. And that's where we're going to start running into problems, okay? Make it a bit smaller, and this is a fantastic example of problem with the bevel. The reason why this is not, this is why shading so badly is because this edge here, okay, is of a angle that's below 30 degrees, and it's not been caught by the bevel. If I go to bevel settings, right, you will see that my bevel angle is minimum 30 degrees. That's probably a shallower angle. So if I lower this angle down here, so I'm gonna hold shift and scroll it down, at some point at 25 or something like this, probably 27, there you go, see, caught it. So simply the angle here, the minimum requirement for angle was just too steep and it wasn't catching. Same here, there's gonna be probably like 25 or something. So we can just go to 25. Yeah, 25 basically. That's what's needed, okay. This is why we're gonna be running bevel weight on these edges, and we're gonna be switching this limit method from angle to weight. So what we're gonna do is we're going to run bevel weight and just bevel weight with hard ups on every single edge that we want to have a bevel on. We're not gonna be doing it yet because we need to perform a few more cuts. And we know we're not done with this yet, but so we're gonna be replacing the angle-based bevel with weight-based bevel. All right. Okay. So another thing we need to do is we need to round this up. Okay. So Control B. I would say 10 segments. Don't make it too flat. I want to sort of echo this curve here. So create kind of a, you know, angle like this here. That's cool. And here we're gonna create a cutout. So D, N-gon, and let's cut it here. Now I want you to start a little bit lower, okay, not so close to the geo, a little bit lower, because we're gonna be beveling this this N-gon. And if you're gonna start really close to the geo and you're gonna run bevel, you see that this bevel may actually encroach on your shape. So you want to start really low, right, somewhere here like this, and then when you're gonna run B, okay, this bevel here will not affect this straight line here, okay, just click to apply it. Perfect. And on top of that, we're gonna have one more cut here in the front. So D, square, Shift V, make sure in the view mode, and we're going to cut it here like this. Cut through, not all the way through, somewhere up to here, okay. Now press B for bevel. And when you cannot adjust bevel, simply press Tab, press B again, and then you're gonna be able to readjust it. And then press Q, and this will create a sort of a quad bevel. So we're gonna be beveled here and here. 6 segments is enough. Click and you're good to go. All right, cool. So these are all of our, you know, booleans basically, so we can apply them. So let's go to operations and multiply, and we should be looking good. Awesome, cool. And now we need to fix our, you know, shading problems. Okay. So first of all, here we're gonna be running supporting loops that's gonna be isolating the shading problem from the area that doesn't have to be affected. So press K for knife, and you can actually run it with C, which will run the knife through the mesh. So if you simply click here and run a knife like this and all the way to this line and to the top and press space, it should cut through the entire mesh. You see, you went through all the mesh like this. Now we don't really need this one here, so we can remove that. This one too, X and dissolve mesh, okay, and this one as well, dissolve mesh. There we go, cool. So now you see that now our shading's been isolated, the problem's been isolated to just this area. Now the smaller geometry piece is gonna be affected, the better, because the shading is gonna break less on smaller geo. Okay, which is why we're gonna add some additional edges here. So let's combine this two with J, press K, and let's actually make sure that this one is a bit closer. So GG and move it a bit closer, like here. We're gonna combine these two with J, and we're gonna run another loop here, okay, like this, right? Space. Okay, same thing on the other side, K, and let's run a knife here, press C to cut through, and we're gonna run a knife here, here, and here in space. Cool. Now let's just clean that. So let's run a supporting loop here, J, and we need to run a supporting loop here, J, and we're gonna run one more with knife, okay. We're gonna run it here, so like this, all right, in space. Cool. And now we can remove this edge. So you see that before we remove this edge here, this one that goes along, right, we need to create edges that actually sustain this curvature, okay, kind of like a holding edges, right? So that's why we added the edges first, these ones, right, and removing this horizontal edge last. It's really important, okay, otherwise you will mess up your shading. So let's just remove that and remove it from here too, okay. All right, perfect. And that looks really, really clean, okay, see that? There's not an edge here on the top we don't need, so we can remove it. Just be careful because there are two of them. One is on the top here and one is here. We're gonna remove the one that's actually here on the bottom. So this one, dissolve edge, perfect. And then we can work on the bevel. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to go to Control tilde, make sure that only bevel weight is selected, and we're going to simply run sharpen with bevel weight. Now when you go to edit mode, you will see that bevel weight was applied to every single edge above 30 degrees angle, right? Above 30 degrees angle. And the only thing we need to do now is we need to basically fill up the, fill out the gaps, that missing bits, okay, where the angle is simply too shallow. So we're gonna alt click this loop. We're gonna go to here to loops, okay, select loops and boundary loops. You can assign shortcut here, by the way. So right click, assign shortcut and shift tilde. And when you run shift tilde, you will select boundary loops, okay? And then press mark, which will unmark edges and mark again. And this will mark these edges for us, okay, which is really important, right? And then let's check if everything is, everything is selected here. Everything seems to be fine. There is some kind of a beef here. Oh, I think we removed the wrong edge here. That is okay. We can fix this. One here. And we're going to select this vert. Okay, this one. Yeah, let's go to local view here, okay? We're going to select this vert, right? Shift this vert, Alt A, and we're going to move this vert up a little bit. Because we removed basically a wrong edge here. We removed the upper edge, not the lower edge. But, this is how you fix this problem. It's going to be asymmetrical now, but we can fix it later by running symmetry, so don't worry about it. Like I said, we're working only on this side, okay? So now, with these edges being marked with bevel weight, what we can do is go to Control tilde, go to wrench here, and change from angle to bevel weight. And you see that all these edges going to get caught beautifully, right? So this is, perfect. Last thing to fix this kind of like a wonky shading here, we're going to apply weighted normals. So we're going to Q and Alt click on sharpen, which will add weighted normal modifier to our mesh and the bottom of the stack, and everything is, perfectly sharp and beautiful. Now all we need to check is if you don't have any rogue edges, but I think we're fine. Another thing I want to do is I want to run a chamfer on this element here. So we're going to select that, and we're going to select that, and we're going to control click that and scroll mouse and, create a chamfer. Another thing we can do, we can run a chamfer inside here. This could also look pretty cool. So let's do that, and let's see how badly this is going to behave. So Control B, and let's just chamfer it. Actually, it's not bad. It's pretty cool. Really clean. So I'm pleased with that. Nice. Okay then, so now what we need to do, guys, we need to symmetrize this to the other side. Oh yes, we need to still bevel here. So here to create a bevel, guys, when you bevel this with Control B like this, you will notice that these outer edges gonna be beveled, right? This one and this one. So watch this, when I'm gonna go back here, you'll see it's kind of like an artifact going on. The reason being is that because Blender thinks we want to bevel these edges. So to remove that, you select these edges and you simply click mark and it's going to disappear, right? Now make sure that this curvature here kind of follows this one. This doesn't really follow it. So let's Control Z that, okay? And we go into our mark this before beveling. Go to side view, Control B, and let's follow, let's follow this with maybe 10 segments. Let's follow this curvature more or less, kind of just looks a bit better. Cool. Awesome. I think we're done. So now we need to symmetrize it to the other side. To symmetrize an object to the other side, usually you're going to be using origin point, which is this one, okay? So if I'm going to go Alt X with hard ups to create a mirror, you'll see that it's going to get created in this area. So when I mirror it, I'm going to get this kind of a conundrum, right? What we need to do, we need to move that origin point to the very center of the geo. So if I'm gonna go Shift S and move my origin to geometry with machine tools, you will see that it's not in the middle. Okay, it's not in the middle, and that's a problem. Now the reason why this origin point doesn't want to, pop in the very middle, you see it's misaligned, is because we have more verts and more edges on this side than on this side, so it's biased to the right side. So let's simply Alt Z that, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do it with machine tools. So with machine tools, what we can do is we can go to edge mode, select these two edges or these two edges, anything that's symmetrical basically. So let's go with these two edges, right? Shift S, and when you click Shift S and you just leave that pi menu going on, so don't just press Shift and S and hold it, simply Shift and tap S and release it, okay? You will see that pi menu popping up. Now you're going to have different options under edge, and this is really important. If I just click move origin to edge, I may affect the rotation of this origin point. Now watch this. If I'm going to press Alt X, you'll see that my gizmo now is rotated. So if I mirror that, it's going to be messed up. Let's go back again. To do that without affecting rotation, you go Shift S and then you Alt click on edge to origin. You see that? So instead of simply clicking on edge, we're going to Alt click it. And that will move the origin point in between these two edges. and the rotation will not be affected. See, that's really important, because now what we can do, we can go Alt X and we can apply a symmetry mirror with hard ups. Now to do that, you need to change something in settings in the mirror. On the top here, you're gonna see that there is a menu. If you press tab, you're gonna enter additional advanced menu. Don't worry about it. But what we need is this, okay? The modifier is basically a basic modifier behavior. So basic simple mirror, which mirrors from left to right or right to left, depends how you run it, right? What we want is symmetry. So go here, click on symmetry. Alternately, what you can do is press D, because it's the same menu, okay? It's just easier because it follows your cursor. So press D and then change to symmetry. So to add mirror with hard ups, it goes like this. Alt X, then press D, choose symmetry in this case, and we're gonna symmetrize it from right to left, right? So we're gonna click on this right hand side red dot, and that will move all the geo from right side to left side. And now when I'm gonna try to Shift S and move my origin to geo, it's gonna be perfectly in the middle and it's not gonna be rotated, okay? So that's a bit complicated, I know, but this is really important, and a lot of people trip up on this one, and you know, it's quite frustrating to a lot of folks. So, you know, just rewatch this if you need to, but that's how it works. Now, if you want to reset your mirror, okay, if you want to reset from symmetry to whatever else, you can press X and it's gonna reset all the settings, and now there's gonna be a default mirror behavior. So it doesn't matter what kind of settings you have here. If you press X, and then it's gonna reset the mirror, okay? So there you go. And that, I think, covers our trigger. For some reason our trigger moved a bit, but it's okay, we can move it manually back here, not a big diff. I'm going to align it really well here in this corner. Boom, make sure it matches. Perfect. And then we're gonna move it to the middle because it's not. So GX and just move it here. I can do this manually, guys, not a big deal. Remember, it's a rifle, not, you know, not a computer, so it's okay if it's not super accurate, but we can be really precise with this. See that? I think we're in the middle. GX, maybe not perfectly in the middle. There you go. Now it's kind of, you know, almost in the middle, right? There you go. GX, a little bit more. Remember, there's going to be a bevel on this edge here later on, so this is perfect. Sweet. So we're good to go, and that's our trigger. Now let's sharpen this with Control. Now here, let's actually check this, because I will scroll that, and I want to go to Q and Settings and Wireframe, because I want to see how this cutter, you see, and that's what I was thinking. This cutter here, go a little bit lower, a bit higher, so GZ, and we could align it perfectly with this, right, here, like that, okay? And then we could change this cutter from fast to exact. So select the mesh and go to booleans and change to exact. And then we're gonna have to lower the trigger a little bit, okay? So GZ and, you know, drop this trigger a little bit, but it's okay. So then when I go back to here and turn off this wireframe, and I'm gonna apply this sharpen, right? And I'm gonna apply bevel. You see these two gonna be almost on the same height, so I can actually combine them and combine this shape to the bevel, not the other way around, because the bevel cannot move. If you move this supporting beam of the bevel, you will change the shape ever so slightly, and that's not a good idea. So always move, you know, to the bevel beam, right? These are the bevel beams, okay? I call them beams. They support the curvature, okay? Anything that's on a flat surface doesn't matter, right? So that's what matters. And then we need to, you know, mirror this to the other side. So Alt X, symmetry, right? So D, symmetry, and symmetrize it. And then we're gonna remove the middle edge here. So the middle edge, and dissolve edge, because we don't need it. And this will ensure that everything is symmetrized and perfect. And the shading here can be easily fixed. This one, we can simply run a loop here. So Control R and run a loop, right? And run a loop here. So K, and then press K, and we're gonna press A for straight line and space. And here we can also run a loop. So we could run a loop like this, you know, like this, right? So we can actually Press C for cut through and run a cut here and space, and this should cut through. There we go. And then we can symmetrize it one more time. So, you know, symmetry, and remove this middle edge again. Dissolve edges. Perfect. And let's save it. So this would create a really good shading. Shift 2 to remove cutters. This would create a really good shading, and I think we're looking really solid on this one. Here too, let's create some loops. So Control R, where is it? Control R here and move the loop here. Another loop here, and we're gonna have some loops in the middle, possibly, but we can think about it later. But we can apply that. So Control click to apply and apply bevel. And you see we have 0 problems. And now this bevel needs to kind of match, you know, the bevel here on this side, okay? So let me see that, what's going on here. We need to fill it up with faces. So select that, Shift select these and F, select these two and F, and then Control click here, Control select these on the bottom and F, right? And we got a face. Cool. This bevel is too big, so we need to, you know, sort of make it smaller to make it fit. And there we go. And of course, weighted normals to flatten the faces. Now these two should be beveled together. So we're gonna go to edge mode. So select this, Shift select this, go to edge mode, go to occlude. Before we actually do that, we need to remove this junk here on this side. Okay, that is, you know, that is a bit of a problem. So let's just turn it off and select these faces, all of them, and press F. And here too the same thing, press F, all right? And this should be good. Okay, cool. And one more time, Shift select that, go to edge mode. And oh yeah, we need to remove this one, unfortunately. Dissolve edge and dissolve edge. Cool. It's a flat surface, so it doesn't matter. There's an end gun here, guys. Okay, don't worry about it. Go to edge mode again, go to occlude, right? Press B and select this, and B and select these two. Go to side view and Control B that. And we can bevel this with, I don't know, 8 segments. I mean, you know, 8 is enough. And there you go. It's gonna make it kind of a cooler transition, sort of follow this, you know, the trigger gonna follow this kind of a curve, you know, echo this shape very nicely. We got some harder angles here and here, harder angles here. It's kind of, you know, interesting flow. This one too needs to be fixed. You see, it needs to follow the stock. So let's just apply a bevel here. Press 1 and scale it down. Alt click on sharpen for weighted normals, and we're gonna select this shape and we're going to follow with an angle here. So press D for an angle. I'm gonna follow here with an angle, so we can make sure that this is really well aligned, like this here. Okay, and simply slice this, and we're gonna go here to scroll, and we're going to drop it down to make sure that it's really, you know, well aligned. Shift 2, and I think that will do. Let's go to wireframe. So operations and sorry, settings in the wireframe. Let's see that. Yeah, this is gonna have to be fixed. You see, there's gonna be a problem with the bevel, so we're gonna have to fix it. Also, we probably need to drop it down a bit more. So scroll and drop it just a little bit more. And you see, like when you do that, you got all kinds of issues in here, right? So we can fix that by running this edge a little bit differently. Okay, so what we can do is run this edge here like this. Okay, and we can dissolve this one. Dissolve edges might fix the problem. It kind of didn't. Interesting. Let's apply this. Let's just shift to that. Let's apply this cutter. Let's leave the wireframe. Let's apply the cutter. So operations and smart apply. Now let's go here and see what the hell is going on. Ah, we got double verts. That's why. Okay, no problem. Let's just remove this edge here. Dissolve edge. and everything should be peachy. Right, there we go. And I got beautiful transition here, no sub D needed. And of course here we have a problem with the bevel, so we need to select this face here and mark it sharp. And we will need to switch this bevel here to weight as well, so it catches on. Now of course there's gonna be a problem here, but it's okay. And what we can do is we can actually delete that, dissolve that, and we can run an edge here. You can actually hold your mouse clicked and sort of draw with a knife. It's a new feature of 3.0. Dissolve that, and we're going to select this edge here, right click, loop tools, and see if we can relax it a bit. There we go. And we're going to mirror this to the other side with symmetry and remove the edge in the middle. And we got perfect shading everywhere. So that is really smooth, guys. I really like it. Awesome. This one in the middle here, we definitely need to have a scroll that, and we need to, you know, bevel this. Good idea is to actually create bevels on different angles differently. So this is a 90 degrees angle, or more or less. So we're gonna bevel this one first, maybe like this, with say 8 segments. This one could be a bit more shallow, right? So we could do something like this, for example, you see, and we could add, you know, make it less than 10 segments. And these ones could be, for example, smaller. So, you know, this could be 6 segments, right? And really small, like that. And you got an interesting sort of a bevel game here. This here too should be beveled. So we could just bevel it with, let's say, 10. And, you know, it's going to be a smoother experience there. And this is what we're going to think about what to do with a bit later. But I think I might bevel this here on the top a little bit, but I'll think about it. Okay, I'll think about it. This one should be cut a bit differently. Should be actually following the stock, probably like that. It's gonna be a bit better. Now this shape, let's bevel this and press 1 for smooth bevel. Press Alt, click on sharpen to fix weighted normals. This bevel is insane, so we need to make it smaller. This cutout is actually a pretty bad idea, so let's scroll and let's just adjust this cutter here to create, you know, minimal impact on our shading. This is gonna be an absolute bastard. Well, if you wanted to have an easy life, you know, you could do it like that. I think we actually might go for that, you know, just to make our life easier. Because cutting through the bevel is going to be an absolute bastard without sub D or without any, you know, transferring normals, etc. So this is just unnecessary headache. We can avoid it. So if you can avoid headaches, avoid them, okay? So this looks really good, guys. What else we need to do? We need to bevel these, right? So bevel them, press 1. And you know, we can copy the modifiers here. So let's apply weighted normals, select this one, shift select this one, and then Control C and copy modifiers. This is a courtesy of let's just sharpen this, a courtesy of the copy attributes menu add-on. Every single cut is beveled, everything is perfect, we look really beautiful. Now this one could use a chamfer, so we could apply modifiers here. And now, before we do that, we need to actually run these connecting bevel edges a bit better. This is an extremely bad idea, and I'll show you why. Let me go to settings and wireframe. If I'm going to increase the bevel size on this, look what's going to happen to this edge. It's going to get pulled, you see? You see that? And the reason why is that because it's simply not at 90 degrees. If you wanted to run edges to your bevels, okay, always try to run them at 90 degrees. This is really, you know, one of the best advices I can give you guys. So let's just turn off this this wireframe because I don't need it. So let's go to settings and wireframe. So I'm going to select this one, okay, and I'm going to slice it with an angle like this. Press K for knife, okay, so K for knife. And you're going to slice it like that, you see. So here I'm going to be removing these edges, dissolve them, and here too, dissolve them. And then I'm going to, let's just sharpen this, okay. And we're going to select these edges here all around. And we're going to chamfer them, all right. I want to chamfer them quite a bit actually. Or maybe that's too strong. I think this should do. Let's look at the original gun. Yeah, there is a chamfer here, maybe not that big. And we still need this cutout here, which is important. Okay. This chamfer is actually pretty cool. That's gonna work for us. And we can probably bevel this a little bit. Okay. So let's create 6 segments here. Now we don't need this to be sharp here, so we can use recalculate sharpen. So Control Shift click on sharpen, which will remove all the sharpen, and re-add sharpen at any edge that's above 30 degrees. Since that's not 30 degrees, it's been removed, which is really handy. And we can actually slice these guys. Okay, so we can slice this with an end gun here. So let's go to end gun and slice it off here like this. And we're going to cut it, so E and cut it, right? And we're going to rotate it, so go to back view and have a scroll, okay? And we're going to rotate this a little bit like that, and you know, make this bigger and move it in here to the corner, and rotate it a bit more and move it somewhere here. All right, and rotate it like that and move it somewhere here. SXX or YY, ZZ. There we go, and you know, sort of align it here a little bit so these two edges are aligned. And we could chamfer this or bevel this with, actually before we do that, GY, let's actually expand this, and then you know, bevel this with 6 is enough. And this kind of shape is gonna be really cool, kind of falling off. And let's align this properly here, so let's rotate it like that and move it a bit here. Don't go too deep, because remember we're gonna have to mirror this to the other side, right? So Alt X to reset mirror, and let's see how this looks. But I think that looks really cool. I really like it. We still need a cut in the top, so through the shape. So we need to remember that. That looks really awesome. Beautiful curve in the back. This could be actually sharpish, or we could, you know, kind of bevel this as well. So what we could do here is actually bevel this one, right? Like this, all right? We could actually use 8 segments here. So 8 segments, okay? Or we could chamfer this. Maybe chamfer is going to be better. It's going to be kind of echoing this shape. Oh yeah, that's really lovely. And we could actually, you know, bevel these. So bevel these and create like a 4 segmented kind of bevel here. And then what we can do, we can slice this bugger off. All right, so we can slice this bugger off here like this, holding control, and boom. And this is going to be really interesting. I really like that. Yeah, that is so cool. It's actually a bit better than the original one. I really like it. You know, this is our blockout basically prepared for, you know, creating some more interesting cuts and shape. We can start designing the barrels, you know, the receiver, the trigger, etc., and then move on to the top. It's not gonna be a super long course, guys. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. And like I said, the blockout is the phase where you should spend the most amount of time. A reason being is because the blockout is the bones, okay? If the bones are correct, your posture is gonna be correct. You know, your health is gonna be good. The posture is everything, so the balance of the blockout is the most important thing during modeling. So when you model something, you make sure that everything is well balanced, everything is proportional. When you have an unbalanced and badly designed blockout, doesn't matter what kind of details you're gonna put on it or what kind of cool concept you design, it's gonna look a little bit weird, okay? So that's really important. All right, guys, well, thanks for watching, and see you in the next part. Hi guys, Ryu here, and in this video we're gonna continue with our gun, and we need to assess a few things. One of them is going to be thickness of this gun. I think it's a bit too thin, so we need to thicken it out a bit, okay? So it's already easy done. We can do it in 2 ways. We could simply select everything after we apply all the mirrors and select the right hand side of the mesh with, you know, in X-ray mode like that. And then we could simply, you know, GX and move parts of the mesh to the right side. Or we could use this empty and actually scale the mesh like that. Or we could combine both methods and we can see, you know, what's going to happen. So before we do anything, what I want to do is I want to select all these bits. So in fact, we could just Shift G that click on this empty and Shift G and immediate children, shift click this one, right, and Shift D that, and then let's select, let's go to local view, okay, and let's click on one of these meshes and Q, then operations uniquify. Oh, we cannot do that, so let's just select them one by one and Q operations and uniquify. This will apply unique cutters to each of these, and then we're gonna select everything. Let's go back and to the full view here and move it to backup. And by doing that, we're gonna have a backup here fully done for the gun. So if we're going to, you know, let's just turn it off. If we're going to do anything with the main mesh, we can still have a backup, you know, to fall back onto. So now here we can try to make it wider. Now, when I make it wider, this gun at the moment is about two units, so two square grids. I want to make it, you know, really wide, almost 4. Okay, so we're going to scale it on x-axis to, let's say, maybe, you know, this kind of a size. Okay, and we'll see how this looks. You see, that doesn't really look good because it scales the bevels in a way that it just doesn't look appealing. But we could combine these two methods together. So we could scale this a little bit manually first, okay, like this, and then we could grab all these elements, right, and we could apply smart apply to apply all the modifiers. So now we're going to go to edit mode to remove all these middle edges here that we don't need. So any edge in the middle that's you know, on the geo needs to go, and I think that's it. Cool. So select all these elements one more time, right, all of them. Go to the top view, orthographic, and let's just with B start selecting everything that's on the right hand side. Make sure you're very precise with this and you don't encroach on the left side. Okay, so you select only where it's on the right side. That's really important. Okay, so you know, everything on the right side, right? So here, here, and here, and these two on the end, right? Okay, so all the right side is selected, and make sure that everything is perfect. Cool. And now we can actually move it manually. So we can do a GX and literally move it on the x-axis somewhere here. All right, and then we're going to mirror that. So Alt X, press X to reset the mirror, and boom, and this will add a mirror to everything. I don't know why this part wasn't mirrored, but we can mirror it manually. How about the trigger? The trigger got mirrored. It did. Cool. So now you see that should be a bit better. The gun is a bit, you know, it's thicker. It looks a bit more believable at the moment, and I think, you know, this is a better design. So that's cool. This one is a little bit thick here. I think I might actually make it a little bit thinner. So I might run a, you know, end gun cut here like this and sort of slice it off. I want this bit to be a bit thinner. That's cool. That's much better. Okay, awesome. Cool. So let's check if everything is fine. I think everything is peachy. I don't see any problems. Everything looks good. Trigger looks good. Everything is great. This part here actually could be a little bit lower, so we could select these. This is mirrored, so we can go all the way up to here. Okay, and we can drop it down, GZ, and drop it down a bit to make this part a bit thicker here. And then we could simply curve this one, you know, here. So curve it. But before we do that, you see we're gonna have some problems here. So we need to sort of create some separation edges here. By the way, this bevel here could use a bit of a fixing. This is a bit of a mess. So let's just grab this edge here and GG and slide it over here. And grab this one and GG and slide it over here. And then we're going to slide this one over here. In fact, we could use machine tools, Alt A, you know, and kind of fix this here a bit here, and you know, there we go. Select this loop and, you know, relax to fix it. Same here, you know, right click and relax. It's gonna fix this flow a little bit better. Cool. And now we can run a knife here. So we can run a knife here like this. Press A for straight cut, and boom. And then when I'm gonna bevel this, should be no problem. Awesome. So let's bevel that, and let's just round it up and create, I don't know, 8 segments. Should be enough. you know, here, something like that. That will look good. So now let's go to the front. You see the barrels now look a bit more believable. This part didn't get scaled, but we can scale it manually. So Shift S and to geometry and SX, and we can scale this. Let me see that. Shift S and to geometry. This one I think has some modifiers. Multiply, Shift S to geometry, SX, and scale it out. And you know, scale it in a way that it's gonna be of the same size as the guns at the bevel here. Scale it a bit more on X so it kind of fits. There we go, perfect. And weight and almost awesome. So that's that. Let's just save that because, you know, reasons. Cool. So here in the back, we're gonna create a cutout. I think we're gonna run it here to maybe somewhere over here. Let me think. Yeah, I think this would be interesting. So we can run a cut here like this maybe, and all the way here, and maybe something like this. And we're going to cut it through, press E, and cut it in a little bit. And we're gonna bevel that as well. So B for bevel, and click. And let's make sure that the bevel has a proper amount of segments. So we're going to recover the cutter, and let's just grab this cutter and see what kind of bevel is going on in here. 6 segments, that's perfect, you know. Then here in the front we need a cut as well. So we're gonna grab these 2 bits and we're going to run a cut here in the front. So we're going to cut it like that here. Maybe even a bit more aggressively like this, and simply cut it through. That's good. Let's see how we're looking. That is looking pretty decent, I think. This one needs to be mirrored, so mirror that to the other side, and everything is good. This main shape here needs a cut as well. We need to run a cut somewhere here. It's gonna be interesting, and all the way here, and like this, and simply X and slash it. And then we're going to let's leave it alone for the time being, but I will create a separation on this piece later on, and that's good. We need another cut here in the front, so let's just cut this front here as well. So let's cut that and go all the way here. Let's see, somewhere here maybe, and let's grab this dot here and GY and, you know, really stretch it. And this is gonna be a bevel here, so let's go with 6 segments. I think it's enough, and, you know, boom. And now our gun starts shaping up slowly. On the top is gonna be a scope, but we're gonna be working on this separately. Here in the bottom we need this canister, but I think we can do this later. Now these, let me see that. This should be lower. Should be somewhere here, I think. Cool. And this should be a little bit lower too, somewhere here. So this front here, for these two, the bevel is too crazy. We need to make the bevel smaller. I mean, remember, this is a metal, you know, like a kind of a steel, so it should be a little bit more harsh. Here we can cut this, press X 3 times and slash it through one more time. Let's grab a box and slash it like this here and go through, and then press X 3 times and press T, and we can solidify this, okay, to maybe this size, alright, for the time being. And then we're going to Shift D this cutter, Shift D this cutter here, and we're going to unparent it, so Alt P and unparent it, and we're going to parent it to this shape, right? So we're going to Boolean and inset, boom, and let me see that, solidify, there we go, and shift 2. I'm thinking that this top barrel here could be of a different shape, you know. So what we can do is go to operations and go to to shape and, you know, exchange the shape. So remove this one and grab this one and apply scale. And we're gonna go here and we're going to scale this. Let's just apply a loop here like this. And we're gonna scale that like that. I think it's gonna be a bit more interesting. Something like this. And then we can grab that and we can split it, okay, and scroll down, split it like this, all right, and we could actually grab these, okay, and this one will shift Alt A and to the right, so that's straight, and grab this one and scale it in on X, and then we're going to symmetrize it, so Alt X D symmetry and to the other side. So it's quite interesting. It's a little bit different. Let's bevel this and, you know, apply weighted normals. And now we can sort of cut it a bit differently. So I think it might be a bit more interesting this way. So let's, you know, let's fix this sharpen problem here. So we're gonna shift click on sharpen and move our mouse to the right, and you can see that on the bottom auto smooth changes angle until you catch both angles. It's about 90 degrees, and you know, we're good to go. The same we need to do with the bevel, by the way. So we need to go to bevel, and press 1 to fix the angle, and then Q, bevel, and hold out and scroll down until you catch both you know, both edges, okay. And you'll see that you can adjust here on the bottom. You see that the angle auto smooth, okay. And when you scroll with your mouse, you can, you know, you can find the minimum angle you need for this bevel to work. So let's just, you know, bevel this and that and weight the normals, and then we can have some fun. So, you know, first things first, we're gonna create a cutout in the middle with a circle. So let's grab a circle and we're gonna enable this snap dot and hold Control, draw a circle, and on the top left here you can see a number of verts, right? So, you know, let's create something like this. Let's see, I think this could be a bit bigger, so have a scroll and let's you know, click and let's make it a bit bigger. G, Z, let's drop it down somewhere here, I suppose, you know, could do. And I think that's pretty cool. This should do, I think. Awesome. And we're going to create a cutout here. So here we're gonna cut it as well. So let's go back. So here we're going to cut it with a square and cut it through like that, and press X 3 times and just click. Now we can just register this cutter here. We can play with it a bit later. So now with this done, I think this cutout is a bit too big here in the middle. Select this shape here, have a scroll, a circle, and I just scale this, Shift Y, and I just scale it a little bit in, you know, and this should do, I think. And our other cutter disappeared right now, so have a scroll here, let's make it bigger. There we go. Tell you what, let's remove this boolean because it's gonna be a bastard. We're gonna do this differently later on. Let's focus on this barrel. So let's, you know, let's sharpen this and let's select this circle here, but we don't need these, so we can dissolve these edges, and these could be run a bit better, so we could run them here, okay. And we could select this this bit here and chamfer it. That's the first thing we can do, right? So chamfer this front, that's one. And then we're gonna go to box cutter D and gone, and we're going to cut this here like that, and press E and, you know, cut it all the way and shift click, okay. And I think I might actually shift it, so go here and shift bool, which will shift it to to a sort of a cut, and then we can have some fun with it. So for instance, we could cut it with a box. So we could select this one and cut it with a box, right? So one more time, slash it with a box. And how we're looking? We're looking pretty good. So have a scroll and G, Z, and drop it down a bit. Okay, and then we can have, you know, an end-on cut here. So we could have end-on cut here. Boom. All right, that is interesting. I like it. And like I said, here in the front, we could definitely have some interesting cuts. So here, let's apply the modifiers. So operations and multiply. Let's select this bit here, and you know, let's inset it. So I to inset it. Okay, a bit, and E to extrude it a little bit like that. It's a little bit too close here, in my opinion, to the edge. This is a little bit tight, yeah. So what we could do is, you know, select this middle bit and select all the circular bits here, okay, and make it a bit smaller. So with control, okay, and all these, and then front view, right, and S Shift Y, and we're gonna scale it in a little bit. Okay, so it's a little bit smaller. G, Z, you can move it a bit to the top. So when I mirror this, it's not gonna be looking feeble, you know. So I mirror this one, all right, this one across as well. Boom, right. So here, and press X and then mirror, and you got this sorted, looking pretty good. This could be a little bit longer, I mean, you know, sort of sticking out a bit more. So GY, and you know, a little bit more here, and then we can have some more fun with it later on. Okay, so here we will hold control and draw a circle, and we're just gonna drag it all the way to the end. Okay, cool. And for some reason that is not straight, which is interesting. Huh. Let me see that. I have a scroll. This is not straight, is it? Wow. That's actually kind of interesting. So it would mean that, hang on, it would mean that this front face isn't actually straight. Let me see that. Let's remove this boolean here and remove this boolean, and let's make sure this face is flat. So SY0. Okay, then let's go to the front view one more time, and let's just try this again. Hold control and cut it. There we go. There was some kind of a, you know, something was skewed. So here we're going to select that and cut through with bevel, right? If it works at all. One more time. Cut through, press B for bevel. Scroll to maybe, I would say 4 segments is enough. And make sure that the quad bevel is turned off. And shift click to apply this. Let's see how we're looking. I think we're looking pretty decent. S, Z, Z, and let's see if we can go through. Or in fact, we don't have to go through. We could just go, you know, could just go like this. This also will work. And then Q and array, and we could array this along this rifle here. Not the whole length, mind you. Let me see that. There's gonna be a handle here anyway, so we can just go to maybe somewhere, I don't know, somewhere here. That should do. And mirror this to the other side, right? And this modifier here, the circular one, we can apply this, which is this one. So let's apply it and go to edit mode, and let's fix these because, you know, disaster. This needs to be 90 degrees here for better chamfers. Dissolve that select this entire edge here, and you know, let's chamfer it, right? The bevel is too big, so we're gonna make it smaller, make it a bit more metal-like. There we go. You know, perfect. This bit here should be cut with an end gun, so we're going to cut it maybe somewhere from here and all the way down, you know, to somewhere. I would say that's actually too far. Maybe somewhere here, something like that. I don't want this, you know, distance from here to here and from here to here be the same. So either we're gonna go deeper or we're gonna go shallower. Maybe we're gonna go shallower like this. You know, this could work. Ever scroll and just move this up a little bit so it's not so deep. And make sure that the circular cut doesn't pierce through, okay, this part, because it will make no bloody sense, right? So now, you know, we could move this one a little bit here. So either here or here. I'll have to decide later, okay, so I'm gonna keep it live. Here in the front we can have another cut. So we could have another cut here. Press B and let's make it, you know, 4 segments and just cut it in and boom. And here we need a cut as well. So just cut it like that and go through XXX and then simply T, make it a bit thicker. See, this circle is really tight. I mean, this is really tight here. I think it's too tight. Let's do the same thing, okay? So just select everything, go to front view, S, Shift Y, and just scale it in. You know, it's just too much. Too much. Something like this, maybe. That's an interesting result, and it's because of this cutter here. So it's because of the last cutter, this one. So let's just remove this cutter for a second and see what we're getting. This could work actually. Let's just apply weighted normals. Oh, this one is applied, right? Okay, cool. So let's go here to the side view again and let's just cut this one more time. Let's try. Okay, so cut it through XXX and then T. And let's just solidify it down a bit and click. Now let's recover the cutter and let's play with solidification, you know, a little bit. We could change it to exact, so boolean, you know, exact. Yeah, that's exact already. Cool. Let me see how this looks. Yeah, it looks okay. And we could just create another cut here. So Shift V and view mode, and we could just slice it in here to create some interesting opening on the bottom. Cool. So that will do, and this would be our, you know, our front. And I think then we can move on to, I would say we move on to the back, and we're gonna finish the stock. There are a few things here I would like to fix and cut. Need some cuts in here, cuts in the stock to make it a bit more airy, because it's a little bit thick. So, you know, we need to fix that. And then we can move on to this trigger. This trigger, I think maybe we can move a little bit to the front, to the back. It's really easy to do because all I need to do is select both of them, go to edit mode and select this face here. Let's select this face here and let's just go to local view. And this face here, this face, and we're gonna have to select this one as well. And this one can be left alone, I think, in GY, and you can move this very easily. So then I'm gonna select this trigger, go to edit mode, and simply press L over here, over hovering this trigger, and then I can move everything, you know, on this axis, right? So I can move this a little bit to the right, just a bit, you know, so this part here is a bit thicker, and then I can move this one, GG, and just simply move it closer, so GY, and move it closer here, and everything gonna be peachy, okay? So we kind of move this trigger a little bit to the back to make it appear a bit more robust. This one needs moving, GG, and you know, move it somewhere here. There you go. and sorted. All right, I think that's it for this one, guys. In next one, we're gonna continue with mid details, because that's what we're doing. We're gonna add some trigger here, make a hole, and make some cutouts on this one. And then we can move on to creating the bottom canister, whatever it is, and then we can move on to the top and finish the scope. So we're slowly getting there. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey guys, Ryu here, welcome back. And in this video we're gonna be fixing this stock here. So let's see what we can do. First of all, what I'm not crazy about is this cutout that it doesn't really follow. It kind of triggers my OCD. This edge here doesn't follow this edge so closely. I can't fix this on mesh machine. So what we can do is we simply can close it. So Shift 1, select all of these here, and Shift 1, and then X and dissolve vertices. Go to occlude mode and dissolve vertices, and then all we need to do is mirror. So Alt X, D, symmetry, and boom, right? And then we can create a new cutout very easily. So let's just grab an N-gon here. So N-gon, and let's do it again, right? So here, here, hold Control, pop here, and I really want to go along this edge here as even as possible, and here, and chop. And then we're gonna recall that, and let's run some bevels. So let's run a bevel here, Control B, and how many segments? Always maintain the number of segments. 8 is enough. And then here, let's go with 8, and here we can go with 6. Control B, and 6 segments, right? Boom. And I think that's a little bit better. It was driving me a bit nuts, to be honest. Maybe it's a bit too deep, so we could move this a bit to the left. So B, and select that, and GY, and just move it a little bit here. So when I'm gonna add the chamfer, it's not gonna be so vulgar. Drop it down a bit here, like that. Shift 2, and let's just sharpen this with Control click. Got too many edges here, guys. Let's go to local and select this one. Select this one here and dissolve. And maybe select this one or this one and dissolve. And dissolve. Come on. And dissolve. And dissolve the one in the middle. And we should be good. Now we're gonna grab this here and bevel this and chamfer like that. Let's go back. Cool. And this cut here is okay. We're gonna cut it in a top here. So we're going to cut these first of all. So Shift V and object, and we're gonna create a cut here in the middle. So let's go to cut and also square, and we're gonna create a cut here. So select this one, and let's just switch this from local to nearest edge, and there we go. And we're gonna create a cut here in the middle, B, and let's see, 4 segments. That should be enough, to be honest. And E, and create a cut in here. This cut could be a little bit higher, so I have a scroll and just move it up here. So G, and move it up here a little bit. And we're gonna it's just mirror to the other side, so we don't have to worry about it. Here we can have a bigger cut, here in the middle, B, and we're going to create 6 segments. So 6, and cut it through like that. Now when you do that, you really need to be careful with these bevels here, okay? So let me see how this looks here. So go to settings and wireframe. We're going here through the straight mesh. This one is actually doable. I think we're fine here. This is acceptable, so we're gonna be okay. We can go like this, I think. And we definitely need a cut on the bottom, so we need a cut here, guys. Okay, so because this is really huge, so let's grab a proper cut here to make this a little bit more hollow. I think 8 segments gonna be okay because it's quite large. And just press E and cut it through like this. and we don't have to cut through the other element, just the top one is okay. And I don't want to go too deep here because there's a bevel is going to be a word of pain, so we don't have to do that. Now here also we need some cuts, so we're going to align them. We can align them with this, align the edge like this. Let's just align this here and press B for bevel, shift click and G and XX and move it in here. Side view, let's go to orthographic, and with occlude we're going to select these two verts and GXX and move them in here. This cut should be somewhere here, and GX, move this out here like that. I want it to be shallow, okay, not to, and we're gonna array this, so X, and array it over here to the bottom, right, and cut it out like that. That is cool. So we could just sharpen that and we're gonna be able to see them. Now let's recover this cutter, shift 2, and we're gonna grab this cutter, right, and we're going to actually move it here, so GXX, and move it over here, right, and we're going to slice it with an angle. So I'm gonna cut the cutter like this, right, and chop this off, right, and then I'm going to select this cutter and difference here, but I'm going to GXX and move it over here, and I'm going to rotate it a bit, okay. So I'm going to grab this edge here. Let's grab this edge here and let's chamfer it like that. So it's going to be kind of a wedge, GXX, and move it in here, okay? Kind of like a wedge cut, on both, or well, supposed to be on both, but it isn't. So let me see that one more time. Let's just grab both edges. There we go. And wedge that and GXX and, create something like this. Cool. It's going to be an interesting wedge cut here. On this stock here, on this side, we need also cuts, shift V, object. Nearest edge is cool, but in fact, in this case, we can go local. So let's grab a circle and let's click this magnet here, and we're going to cut it. Let's just hold Control and draw a circle and cut it. And press T for solidification. Shift click and then array. And array down, and let's just apply that, and let's just turn it off, and let's combine this with F, and we're gonna extrude it outside. All right, and let's scale them in like that, and I'm gonna create a loop here and loop here, select them both and Control B, and then we're going to Alt macro inside like that, and it's going to be quite interesting connection here, I think. Let's organize our scene a little bit. So we're going to select everything, press M, new collection, gun, and we're going to put it in gun collection. So we can turn off the main collection here, we don't need it. And we're gonna bring this gun collection to the top, okay? And this collection can go on the bottom. So one more time, gun collection to the top. And cutters should be second, and that's good. Now we need to design the trigger because it's time. Now here, there's something sticking out, which is not a good idea. So we can just cut it out with a regular cut, boom. Gone. Awesome. We can design a trigger. Now before we do that, we do need to have some cutout here, okay? So what I'm thinking is that we could move a cursor to this to select it, which is, I think, hope in the middle. Yes, it is. So then we can just grab a cube, okay, and move a cube here, and we're gonna actually cut it with a cube because I think it's gonna be easier. So SY and GY and move it in here, and then we're gonna scale this. All right, and we probably gonna apply scale, Control apply scale, select these two, Control B, and let's just bevel this with, let's say 6 segments is enough, and sharpen. select this one and difference, okay? And then we can do the same thing with a gun. We can, you know, cut it here if you want to cut through the gun so you can actually see deeper. And this could be a bit smaller, to be honest. So, you know, have a scroll and make it a bit smaller because it doesn't have to be so big. And this trigger should be somewhere, you know, on this side. So now to create a trigger, we're gonna grab another cube and scale it down and move it up here, and, you know, SY and SZ. And we're going to drop a loop here, lattice, and we're going to G and move it here and rotate it like that and scale it down. Okay, cool. Select this bit here, this edge, and bevel it. Let's just apply scale first, and one more time, you know, bevel this. Okay, let's say 8 segments, maybe 6 segments is enough. I think 6 is enough. And let's rotate it like this and move it somewhere here, and, you know, bevel it and weighted normals. And this shouldn't be so sharp, okay? So we could actually bevel this here a little bit like that to just give it a bit of, you know, bit of interest. This trigger could be a bit more interesting. We could have some mechanism here on the front. So select the trigger and, you know, shift curve extract and sharpen this, and we could create some interesting mechanism here for this trigger. So grab a end gun and, you know, slice it like this, right? And make sure that this bevel here is smaller and this one is narrower, and sort of embedded in that shape. We can remove the bevel from here, and we can apply the boolean. Shift click this one and boolean and union, and then, you know, sharpen them and change the bevel to something smaller. All right. And then this trigger here in the front could be, well, in the front, but that's not gonna be super comfortable though. We probably might want to move it a little bit higher, okay? I would say move this higher, so GG, and move it higher like this here. And maybe even bevel this as well. And again, lower the bevel here because it's insane. Shift Control click on sharpen to recalculate that. We could add some chamfer here in the back. So, you know, run a chamfer here on this. Not a bevel, but a chamfer. This is gonna be interesting. Gonna add a bit more flair to this trigger. And we could actually split it in here too, you know, or create some kind of an opening. So grab this trigger and go to the front view, or cut it on sides. Maybe that's gonna be interesting, kind of like this here. You know, this could actually be freaking cool. Let's do something like this, maybe. Okay, and cut, and then, you know, to the other side. This needs to be a bit more aggressive. So have a scroll and make it bigger, and GX, move it in. There we go. That's too much in. Need to pace yourself. There we go. And that looks pretty cool. The bevel is a little bit insane, so we can still lower the bevel, right? And Bob's your uncle. This cut here could be, you know, beveled. So let's say 4 segments on each side. That is an interesting trigger. Oh, really cool. So let's apply this, right? So sharpen, and we could still run a bevel here, but, you know, quite frankly, we don't need to. That is, you know, good enough. We could have some supporting stuff here. I mean, you know, these could be done a bit better. So 1, and we could move this one up here, and these could be merged. So 1, this could be merged down here, and then we can simply mirror this to the other side. So Alt X and mirror, and we're done. So that's our trigger, and we can have some kind of you know, interesting stuff here in the front later on being added. And this trigger here could have some kind of a, you know, inset and E, and, you know, EY, and move it up here. So just some kind of a mechanism over there. here in the back. Can we do something with this? I don't know. We could try. Let me just see that. Wait a minute, why this is not mirrored? Let me just apply the mirror and one more time mirror. There we go. That's better. And there's some problem here. We can remove it. So dissolve edges, and this one doesn't have to be sharp. This could be, you know, beveled, and that's cool. And here we could also have something in the back. No one's gonna really look in underneath, but you know, we could. So we could have some kind of a cut here in the back as well, like this. So Shift V, object, and let's just shift it to nearest edge, maybe longest edge. If it doesn't work, turn off this snapping. Still doesn't work. Okay, switch to line box, and we're gonna run a line box here like this. So in view mode, we're gonna run a line box and go down, press B for bevel, and we need to apply scale one more time. Okay, B for bevel. I still don't like it. Shift V, view, let's do it again. Turn off the line box and just cut it in here like that. B, that's better, and E like this. Press J to join, and you got this kind of a, you know, situation here in the back. So we can apply this. So we can apply it with sharp, and then grab this and simply, you know, extrude it in here. So there's gonna be some kind of a mechanism if you look down, you know, of the trigger, obviously, right? So, and the trigger could be a bit closer, could be somewhere here. Then the barrel in the front, this front here could be a little bit more aggressive, meaning GY a bit longer. I think it's gonna be a bit more interesting, kind of more dominant than the one in the bottom. We could still have some cuts here as well, maybe a longer one like this, you know, or like this, kind of interesting. It's gonna look pretty cool. Awesome. Here too we could have some cuts, so we could have a cut along this these two shapes. So select them both and run a cut here, and we can just slice it in. So cut it in and shift click and grab this edge here and GY, and not this one, this edge, GY, and move it in here. And this one could be chamfered, so chamfer this like that and straighten it, so SY0, boom, there we go. And this could be beveled as well, so we could bevel all these three, Control B, and we could bevel this with 4 segments each. Okay, so not too much, just enough. Okay, and then this ever scroll here could be shifted, so Shift Bull, and so we could use it as you know, as a cutter, as a sort of an element of interest. Sharpen that, grab this one and GY and move it all the way here maybe, and we could create some interesting cuts here as well with this shape, you know, something like this. Then D, and some cut here as well in the front. Okay, and lower the bevel here because insanity. And I think the number of verts here on this circle is too big, so we're gonna drop it down to like 20. Okay, it's gonna be enough. And we could run, you know, a knife here like this, which is gonna solve the circle problem. And there you go, sorted. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And this one could be an interesting cut here, very long and thin, like this. And that's way too thick. There we go, that's better. This one front piece could be smaller, so S, scale it, but we need to unparent the cutters. So we go into operations, multiply. This cutter is, you see, parented here, all right? So we're gonna go here and operations uniquify. So this cutter now will not affect anything. And so we're going to scale this down a little bit and move it in. All right, like this. Okay, or even better, we can grab this one and inset it and then extrude it and do something like this here in the front, which is gonna be kind of interesting. GY and move it in. So it's gonna create a kind of an illusion of some more complex structure here. This barrel here is a bit too high, so we can drop it down a bit together with these elements. All right, we can think what to do with it later on. Cool, this one needs 2 cuts here. So we're going to cut Shift V and object. Let's see if it's working. Nearest edge, and there we go. And let's cut this. And let's cut this on the other side as well. Perfect. And we're gonna apply these. So we're gonna apply the bottom cutter. So there's a lot of cutterings in here. So operations and smart apply. And we're going to grab this edge on the bottom, and we're going to chamfer this a little bit. It's gonna create an interesting separation here in that mesh. It's gonna really stand out really nicely. Good. This entire bit can be baked, by the way, so, easy peasy. All right, cool. Here we could create another cut, select them both and create another cut here. So cut like this and shift click. And this could be GZ and drop down. And let me see that. GZ and, GZ and, bring it up a bit. Grab this cutter and GZ and grab it up a bit. Maybe somewhere here. And we're definitely gonna have to apply this, but it's a bit too deep. So I will scroll GX and move it outside somewhere here. And let's apply this. So once you apply this in the bottom here, we're gonna grab this cutter and shift bull. So when you apply in the bottom but shift the bull on the top, you see the bull in the bottom will be invisible, which is exactly what we want. Okay, that seems good. Awesome, that looks good to me. Just seems like you can pull this off or something, which is pretty cool. Alright guys, I think we're going to call it a day and continue in the next vid. The stock is basically finished, this part. The barrels are more or less finished. We need to create this handle, the cartridge, and then the scope, and finish the top. And more or less we're done. We have some still details to go through on the rifle itself, but we're almost there. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video we're gonna be designing this canister here in the front. So grab a cylinder and let's make sure that it's not super dense. I think 32 is enough. And we're going to scale it down and move it somewhere here, so GY. And we're going to rotate it on X-axis, holding control, so we can snap it to, to this angle here. And we're going to scale it down a bit more. Scale it a bit more, SCZ, and make it bigger, like that. Cool, let's sharpen it. Let's apply scale here, so Control A, apply scale. Select both faces and Control B them. 10 segments is enough, I think. Something like this will do. Let's remove the sharp edges, so select everything in edit mode, Q, and unmark, because we don't need that. Here we're going to create a cat. So Control B, scroll down, and Alt and macro, move your mouse in, and sharpen. We can bevel this and drop the bevel down so it's not so huge. This canister maybe it's too fat, so S Shift ZZ and just make it a bit smaller. Something like this maybe. Shouldn't be too thick though, so S Shift ZZ, make it a bit thinner. So it's not super thick. It's a bit thicker than the gun, but not not super thick. Something like that. and the angle is okay. Cool. So now we're going to borrow this area here. So Control R. We're gonna click here with Alt. We're going to shift click on curve extract and make it bigger and sharpen. And we're going to go to edit mode and occlude, and we're going to select the top part here and GZZ and move it in. Now what I want is to kind of fit this canister in this area here somewhere, like this, close to the trigger, somewhere in this area. We're gonna cut this one with an end gun, so we're gonna perform a cut in here, maybe like this. Okay, some kind of an opening. Cool. So it's gonna be we can move it closer, GY somewhere here. Okay, cool. Maybe a little bit further away, and then I will scroll this GY and move it in. There we go. And this one should be deeper, so GZZ and move it deeper. And we're going to edit this a little bit, right? So Control R here and Control B to split it, and Alt click. Just turn this off. Alt click here. This one is solidified, so I tell you what. Let's select all these on the top and X and delete that, so we're left with just a cylinder, because it's gonna be easier to adjust it. Okay, so alright, so with this one, we're gonna actually make it a little bit larger, and we're gonna solidify it inside. Okay, so modification and solidify inside, like this, okay, and then scale it in. There we go. So when we're going to be adding stuff, you can see that very easily. So Control R, another loop here, and this loop should be GG somewhere here. Okay, Control B that, and in fact a bit wider like this, and then we're gonna grab that and Shift ZZ and scale it. So scale it a bit, something like this, maybe GZZ, and move it here as Shift ZZ. Make it a bit wider. Cool. Another one here, and then split it, and then grab that as Shift ZZ and scale it down, and something like this. Move this one a little bit further up here, and grab these two and Control B, and let's add 6 segments is fine. So there's kind of like a a transition here, but I'm not sure about this. I prefer the transition to be on this side, I think. There you go. And this one I think should be sharp. So let's just sharpen this and bevel it. And we're going to bevel, alt click and drop down the bevel, so we can actually catch this angle here. We're gonna create some kind of a cut here. So Control B, scroll down, and Alt and macro and just insert it. Then another one should be probably somewhere here. So Control B and Alt and macro. And I think that would do. It's pretty cool. We will need some additional element on the bottom, but we can do it later. Here we can move this a bit closer, or move this cutter in. So I have a scroll and GY, move it a bit in here, like that, right? And this one could be a little bit lower, so somewhere here, right? Cool. This might be a bit too big, so GZZ, you can always move it inside a bit, And that's that. Let's apply the modifications. Smart apply. Now this could be moved up, so GZZ, and move it up a bit, just a little bit, like that. Maybe a bit more, so 2 more of these, GZZ, move it somewhere here. And we could run a security loop here, just in case. And that's cool. And we could increase the bevel a little bit, do something like this. That's cool. I like that. Awesome. Here we could use another cut, I think. So Alt here macro, and all right, so now it's at the cube, and let's move it in here, scale it down, scale it on the y-axis, move it up, and scale it on the x so it's narrower. And we're going to scale it down and move it somewhere here, and maybe something like this. Let's make this bigger. And one more time, here, 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 and here, and here, right? Okay. Are we looking? Looking pretty good. So let's sharpen it. Let's make sure that these are rounded. So Control B. And we're going to apply scale first. Control A, apply scale. And we're gonna have maybe 4 segments. Oh, let's make it 6. 6 segments, okay, cool. And let's move it somewhere here. We're gonna create a cutout here, so let's just remove this because we don't need it. And here we're going to create a cutout. Alright, like this. And press B and cut it out. Cool. Then actually this one could be a little bit more beveled, so I will scroll and bevel like this. And here I think this should be a little bit longer. SY and scale it a bit like this and move it here. And this cut here should be a bit narrower, and then we're gonna apply scale, Control apply scale, GY, and move it somewhere here. And here we're gonna create cuts, so one cut here, like this, B, and we're gonna just cut it inside a little bit, and let's just set the bevel because I can't see what's happening, and weight it almost, and then another one here. GY a little bit in here. So here we could draw something like this, and maybe like that, B, and make it a bit smaller bevel and extrude it in, not too deep, and click. How we look it. That's actually pretty cool, I like that. And here we could create an interesting cut with the inset, so kind of like that. And then XXX and press T for solidification, and move your mouse and find this solidification amount. And that would do, I think. This part here could be beveled. So we could, bevel this, but we could bevel it up to here. So let's apply that. So select that and, operations and smart apply. And we're gonna grab this edge here and we're gonna bevel it. So bevel it in. But before we bevel it, we need to fix this edge here, this one, okay? So we're gonna run a knife like this and press space. And we're gonna remove this. So dissolve that, and one more time. And run a bevel here. With 6 segments is more than enough. I think 4 even is gonna do, to be honest. Yep. And remove the sharp edges because we don't need them. And Alt X and D, symmetry, and symmetrize to the other side. Cool. Now here in this middle section, Shift D, Alt R to reset rotation, RX90, and we're gonna scale it down. We're gonna mirror to the other side, so press X to reset it and mirror, and then we're gonna scale it down, move it in here, and let's go to occlude in edit mode, select this part and GY, and you know, move it like that, so it's wider, and then scale it down and move it somewhere here. Maybe somewhere here. Make it a bit bigger and move it somewhere here. And we could actually move this forward. Maybe this one is a bit too big. So GY and move it in here. Grab this and grab all of it here and GY and, you know, move it in. And you get something like that, which is pretty cool. Here in the front we need something too, so we can grab this bit here. Okay. And, you know, shift curve extract and move it down. And we can scale it on a little bit on x-axis, so it's a little bit narrower than this barrel, right? Cool. And we're gonna actually solidify it a bit more, so solidify it a bit more, and then we're going to cut it here like this and like that. Cool. And sharpen. And we don't need it here, so we're gonna remove it from, you know, from this area. Right. Cool. And then we're going to bevel this. So sharpen and bevel. I'm gonna bevel these two. Control B. And we could actually make this narrower. So SX and make it narrower. And we could chamfer this here. So create a chamfer, scroll down and lower the bevel because it's insane, and remove sharp edges and add weighted normals, and there we go. And that's that. And on top of it here we're gonna have a handle on the front, but this should go a little bit deeper, I think, somewhere here maybe even. So select that and cut it. And this could be, you know, this bottom part could be cut in here somewhere. Or even diagonally like this. There we go. And there's gonna be a handle here, somewhere in this area. This still is too long, I think. GY and move it in a bit. And cut it off. There we go. And then the handle's gonna be, you know, here. It's gonna make sense, right? Cool. So for the handle, we're gonna borrow the barrel shape. So we're gonna grab these, okay? And we're going to, you know, shift curve extract that like this. And let's go to local view, and we're gonna cut these bits off because we don't need them. Anything with booleans, we don't need it, okay? We can remove all the booleans from here. Apply this to booleans. Solidification could be applied, but not yet, to be honest, because I need to mold it, okay? Let's select this bit here, go to edit mode. Let's actually apply the booleans. So apply the boolean and apply the boolean. And we're gonna get these funky things. So let's just press 3 to clean it. There you go. And we need to now grab these two. And we need to bevel them, so Control B and scroll. 6 segments each, I think it's enough. So it's kind of like a soft, you know, transition between them. Let's remove all the sharp edges. Solidification is way too much, so modifier solidification, make it smaller. We need to shift S and to geometry and make the shape bigger, but shift Y to make it bigger on all axes except Y. How we looking here? We're looking pretty good. Let's mirror this across this barrel. There we go, that's better. Let's apply weighted normals. Okay. And this is way too long, right? So SY and scale it. GY and move it somewhere here. And we need to cut it, so we're gonna cut it like this here. Okay. Cut it steeply here. and more lux in the back like that. Okay, cool. How are we looking? Well, we're looking pretty decent. We're gonna cut it in here like this, and probably cut it here like this as well. Maybe more relaxed cut in the back. So there's a space for a hand. Sharpen this, and then we could make this a bit wider. So select these on GY, move it a little bit here, so it's a bit wider, you know, it's a bit longer, easier to grip, okay? And the bevel here, let me see that. Select this on bevel, press 1. That didn't work, okay? What we're gonna do, I think this is flipped, guys, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna check the solidification. It could be a little bit less take, to be honest. So, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? It's like a secondary solidification going on or something. Oh, the solidification is applied already, right? Okay, fine. So what we're gonna do is we're going to turn this pass through, select all these faces. We're gonna click Alt S and we're gonna scale it on normals in, okay? Just decrease the solidification a bit. Maybe a bit more, Alt S, and move your mouse down. Cool. Select everything, and then we're going to go to Alt N and flip outside. Boom, that fixed these faces here. And we do have some shading problem on this side here, and this is due to cut. Okay, so we're gonna create a cut like that to flatten it. So Shift V view, that was a problem. So let's cut it again here, like this. Okay, cool. Same here. And this should fix the issue. So sharpen. Perfect. Let's go back. Awesome. Here we could round it up a bit on these sides, so it's not so harsh. Let me see that. Yeah, it's a little bit better. So we can remove the sharp edges with mark, and I think we're done. So now we need to mirror this, right? So mirror this across, you know, this one to the other side, and let's apply everything. So let's multiply, Shift S, and to geometry. So the origin point is back here. So now we need a loop across. So box and do something like this, and press K and slice it. So we're gonna have a loop, and we can select this here from here all the way to here. And Shift Curve Extract, and a little bit less, maybe actually this should do. And we're going to apply that, so sharpen, and we're gonna grab these two edges here and, you know, kind of Control B them. But before we do that, we need to remove this bit, so dissolve edge. Select these two again, Control B, and, you know, 4 segments is enough. Select everything and then mark it. We're going to apply weighted normals. Okay, so we got that going on, and we could select these two, or this one of them, and press O for proportional editing, G, scroll your mouse down here, and GX, and move it in on the X-axis. Come on, GX, scroll your mouse down, kind of like this, you know. What's the shading now here? Shading is actually okay. Cool. So one more time, Alt X, X, and mirror. Okay, and we're gonna scale it in a bit. So, you know, scale it in a bit so it's kind of inside of this shape. This can be baked, you know. So move it somewhere here and rate it. Press X, and let's grab 4 of them. Should be enough. You can hold Shift and sort of distribute them here. So when you grab this, you know, it's gonna be kind of comfy. Comfy to grab. This could be probably a little bit narrower. So, you know, make it a bit more narrower. Something like this. And move it to the middle, maybe. Maybe. There you go. And I think this will do. And what we also could do is go to occlude mode here and select this top bit and SX. We're still in this proportional editing, SY, sorry, proportional editing mode. So we can do something like this, you see. It's pretty cool what you can do with it. And this should be fine. Let me see how we're looking in terms of shading. Yeah, we're looking okay. The bevel is breaking, so the bevel could be a little bit less insane. There we go. And this this part here breaks. So what we could do is select this entire loop here, right? RY and just turn off proportional editing, press O, RY, and rotate this loop like that. So it's gonna ease off a bit. And we could actually split it into maybe 2. And, you know, sort of smooth it in like this, and it's gonna get mirrored to the other side. And we could, you know, we could run some bevels here, to be honest, as well. So we could select the whole thing around, right? Okay. And run a bevel on top of it, so, you know, like this. But I think this is just gonna be too much, to be honest. Let me see that. Well, we can leave it. I mean, you know, it's gonna be baked anyway, so this can be smooth. And since it's gonna be baked, what you could do, you could combine these into quads, okay? Because this is all quads except for these. Now we have quads almost everywhere, right? Well, that's not gonna work. So what we can do is, that's not gonna work because of the bevel. We could create triangles here, so combine that. And simply Control 1 or Control 2, and it's gonna be really smooth, okay? Because now it's, you know, it's subdivided. I don't even know if we need a bevel, to be honest. So we can kind of turn it off and on. Yeah, you probably don't need a bevel. Bevel just affects the inner part. So quite frankly, we can just switch it off, and we're gonna be fine. And we can simply, you know, scale it in a little bit more and kind of create a very smooth sort of, you know, grip. And this is gonna be baked. It's gonna look really cool. So this is cool. Now here in this canister, we need 2 more things. So let's grab this and Control B to create this kind of a situation, and Shift Curve Extract and create kind of like a sort of a belt. So with this one now, what we're gonna do is select this ring here. So Alt click, right? And Control click Curve Extract and grab this thin ring here on the top. Select one face, Control I, and delete everything else. We're gonna use one face for this. So now let's Shift S into Geo. We're gonna scale it down. We're gonna grab one of these and GG and move it in, right? And SCZ to make it larger, right? Maybe like this even. Cool. So now let's extrude it. In fact, SZZ, and let's scale it. I have a better idea. GZZ, move it in here. Scale this one in, and then we're gonna array this on this axis, okay? Let's select this face, and let's go here and click on this plus, and GZ, there we go, and move it in. Okay, cool. And G, and then let's reset it to global, GZZ, cool. And what we're gonna do now is add the second array. So let's apply this array. All right. So we're gonna apply it, and we're going to move origin here, Shift S into Geo, and then Shift S into selected. So the cursor is in the middle here, and then we're going to go to Mesh Tools with this bit selected here, and Control click on radial array, and you should get this array. Just increase the number of iterations to whatever number you want, and this is way too big, so we're gonna scale it in. So, you know, gonna do something like this. This can be very easily baked, right? And then we're going to select both of them, Shift D, go to local view, and we need to apply the array here. So operations and multiply, and we're going to GZZ, sorry, and move it up here, right? So we're gonna have two of these, GZZ, right? Cool, select this canister and this loop here, GG, move it up a bit, and you know, let's just maybe somewhere here, and Control B and Q, Altium macro, and inside it, inside. This plate on the bottom has to be copied too. Shift D, Y, ZZ, and move it in here. And you know, Bob's uncle. And we can hide these. These are radial array empties. And this looks pretty cool. It's kind of like, you know, looks like you could grip it and pull it out. And I think it looks pretty bloody awesome. So let's save it. And then we still need something here. So Shift D that canister here. And we're gonna rotate it like this. And SCZ, scale it, make it a bit more fat. And maybe more thick. And move it somewhere here. Okay, and rotate it, you know, like that. Holy control. We're gonna need some kind of a pipe here, and also we can cut this gun here through, so there's some kind of an opening. So let's grab a you know, cut and cutter and just slices in view mode. So Shift V view, cool, and cut it in here, right? Press B, and we're gonna go with, yeah, 6 segments is enough, I think, and just shift click. We're gonna recall this. We're gonna recall this and just, you know, change the bevel size because it's insane. Now let's see what we're getting. GZZ and drop it down like this. That's cool. Actually, it could be deeper than that. So GZZ, you know, deeper here. That's awesome. What is this? Oh, that's interesting. It's cut out here like this. So what we could do is cut this like that, okay, and then apply this the modifiers and extend it like this, okay. So GY and extend it, and then go back. There we go. That's better. So we got this going on here, and we do need a cut here though. So one more time, let's grab this end gun and cut it here, here, and here, right? Like this, right? Awesome. And then we need a pipe here, so we can design it with a curve. It's really easy to do it with our cablerator, but you know, we can just grab a plane and move it in here, grab all the verts and press Shift 1 to bunch up them in the middle, and simply with this vert selected, we're going to create a cable. So going down here and going like this, and maybe something like this, okay. And then we're going to select all these points, Shift Control B them like that, and then we're gonna use curve extract with the hard ups. So press S to smooth it, and there you go. And we can bring it up here, so make it smaller and smaller, and you know, bring it somewhere here and rotate it a bit, and then you got yourself, you know, this kind of a cheesy pipe situation. No one's gonna be looking here, but you know, we can insert it like that. Okay, cool. And this one goes inside over there. This could thicken at the end as well here, so we could, you know, visual to mesh and grab these. So maybe grab it from here, Control R, and go to occlude B, select everything, right, including this. So Shift click and scale it like that. Wow, that's not gonna work. Let's just Control B that. There we go. Alt click here, Control plus, and then scale it. Whoa. Where is the, let me see that, Shift S to geometry. There we go. And then scale it. Cool. Shift Y, so scale it on every axis, but not Y. And, you know, create something like this. And we could, you know, bevel this here. So 4 segments. No one's gonna be looking that deep anyway, but, you know, It's just something over there, which is pretty cool. This pipe here on the bottom, can delete it, and we're done. Alright guys, well that's it for this one. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. We're gonna wrap up the gun, and then we're gonna move into the scope, and we're done. Hey guys, welcome back, and in this video we're going to focus more or less on the scope. But before we get there, I think we need to perform a few cuts in here in the front. So I'm going to grab an end gun and just run a cut in here like this. Okay, that's one. And cut through, press X, and boom. And I'm going to cut it from the top as well. So go here and D, and cut it from the top here. And mirror to the other side and drop the bevel, so it's less crazy. Okay, cool. So that's that. Here on the top we need a few pieces, so we can grab in fact we can grab this bit here, this one, and shift curve extract it, boom, and let's just apply everything. So operations, and actually let's make it thicker, modifier, solidify, let's make it thicker, there we go. And operations and multiply. Let's go to edit mode, L, hover over this and press L and X in the vertices, and then press 3 to clean this junk, and then we're going to move it in here. Let's make it a bit longer, so edit mode, occlude, right, B and GY, and move it in here. It's a bit too tall, but we're going to be cutting this, right? So let's cut it in here with end gun. So shift V, view mode, that's important. Actually, we cut this one in object mode, but it cannot work for us. So hang on, let me just double check this. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Okay. Let's just refresh that. Have a scroll, not this one. This one. Have a scroll. There we go. Let's go a bit deeper. Right, how about now? That's better. Alright, that's cool. Shift 2, that's better. Now here, side view, shift V, view mode. And we're gonna cut this like this and go down and go all the way here. And let's just slice it. Press D and let's run a circle cut here. We need maybe 24, so hold shift and scroll down. G, and let's just move it somewhere here, and click. Let's go to edit mode and run a knife here like this. Okay, space to fix the shading. I'll click on sharpen, lower the bevel because insanity. Let's apply that. So click, control click on sharpen, and you can remove this junk here. We can't. Why we cannot remove that? That's fascinating. Let's combine. Oh, it's on the other side, I think. Yeah, it's on the other side. Cool. I got confused because I can see through. So let's just turn that off. Let's select these two edges here. So select this and Control B and chamfer this. And let's make this bevel a bit less crazy. Cool. Here we could cut this from the top. Also, we could use some chamfer here, just a little bit for fun. Cool. Here on the back we need a cut, so let's just grab a cut here like this. This could also be cut here on the bottom, maybe like that, just for fun. This could be interesting. Cool. Here on the top we're going to slash this as well like this. Okay, and let's just select that, shift S to geometry and alt X, and well, no, the geometry center point is imbalanced because we have more cuts on the right side than the left side, and also this cut here on the top is too deep. So have a scroll and GZ and move it up. It's better. And right, so what I was saying is that because of this cut here, you see that when I'm going to move origin to geometry, it's unbalanced. It's just on the right side because this, this side is a bit more biased. So what we're going to do is simply shift select this one, Alt X to reset it and copy across this shape. So, this is our mirror pivot, which will work perfectly. So let's do that. I'm not super crazy about this cut on the bottom here. So what we could do is recall this cut that goes across, and we could actually slice it off here like that. All right. That's gonna be pretty interesting. Let's just sharpen this, all right, and weight the normals. And this one is not being caught by the angle. Okay, so let's just lower the sharpen value. So shift click on sharpen and move your mouse to the right. Boom. And then let's bevel this again. Press 1 to make this smooth. I'll tell you what, let's remove this bevel for a sec, and we're gonna just deal with the shape first. Okay, so let's just run a cut here. B. This is 4 segments, I assume. Let's just check it. Have a scroll. How many segments is this? I think it's 4. Yeah, 4 is enough. Shift 2. Let's select that and let's cut it here with a knife. Okay, boom. Let's apply everything with Control click on sharpen, and then we're gonna run. Let's resharpen it because we have some sharp edges here in the middle. So Shift Control click on sharpen. There we go. Select this and we're going to chamfer that. So Control B, nice. That's gonna look machined, which is cool. Let's add some sharp edges in here, and and on this side, it's mirrored, so that's cool. Let's add a bevel now. So let's add a bevel, and this bevel is gonna be shifted to weight because these edges, are not caught by the bevel. So let's go to bevel and switch to weight. There we go. Select everything. Go to edge mode and unmark sharp because, clear sharp, because we don't need sharp edges. We just need the bevel here. So yeah, let's just weight it normals that, and this front could be beveled. So Control B. So unmark that and Control B and scroll, and let's make it, I don't know, 6 is enough, I suppose. 6 segments. And before we do that, let's actually apply scale. Control A, apply scale, boom, and then one more time. There we go. And here in the front, we're gonna create 2 more cuts. So 2 more cuts. In fact, with a knife is cool. So cut it with a knife, not the main shape, this one. Boom, cut it with a knife, and we can actually drop it in. So E, and then S to taper it. Select this edge and mark it sharp, and boom, and then the one here in the middle here too, mark it sharp. And we can drop some insets later with hard ups or something, not a problem. Okay, so here on the side we can probably do some cuts as well on this. Let's just cut it through, and I assume we could create kind of like a maybe semi-wedge. Or maybe just a wedge cut, SY, GY, put in here. This could work for us too. There's a double edge in here for some reason. Let's combine that. It's gonna create some shading problem. Let's check the top. Top is fine, cool. Now, occasionally, let's just try multiply here. Yes, occasionally you have to be careful with multiply. Occasionally multiply will apply the bevel, and in this case we don't want that. So what we want to do is we go into, not sure why this is happening, to be honest. Let's remove the bevel. Let's sharpen this, and this is sharpened, cool. We could make this face a bit smaller, SY, and scale it like that. This is an actually interesting wedge cut. Then let's apply a bevel one more time, and let's switch it to weight. okay, and it should work perfectly. And we're gonna apply weight is applied here, perfect. This edge here could be run a bit better, so you know, here press J. We don't need these edges to be sharp. We don't need this edge at all, and this is basically done. So we got this kind of a, you know, front situation here. This could be even more interesting. We could have 2 more cuts in here in this. I think it's gonna look pretty cool. Something like this, you know. Move it in here. So something that slides in. In fact, we could taper the bottom of it. So just go to local, grab that SX and do something like this, you know. It's gonna read really well from the top, okay? So one more time, sharpen this. And everything should be perfect with the emphasis on should be. Yeah, it is. Something is causing me problems on the bottom. And I wonder what it is. It's a bevel. The bevel is too big, it's overshooting here. So what we can do, we can move the cut outside, okay? So select the cut here in the middle. And we're gonna move the cut. So GX and just move it a little bit here. Boom, sorted. Simply these two bevels, okay, were overshooting over one another, and you don't want that, you know. It just doesn't look good. Okay, cool. So this could be a really interesting kind of like a front piece that, you know, I don't know, you add something on top. Awesome. Now on the top here, we need another cut, we need another element. So we're gonna grab that, okay, and shift curve extract. All right. Make this a bit thinner, maybe. Actually, something like this could do. Maybe a bit thinner. So solidify, boom. We're gonna cut it here, so let's cut it like with an end gun. So let's cut it like this, and you know, here and here, and the rest is gonna be mirrored, so I don't care. So let's just mirror this. There we go. And the middle here could be a little bit more wide, to be honest. So have a scroll and GX, you know, make it a bit wide. There we go. Cool. And let's just apply this. So sharpen. And this bit here could be beveled. So unsharpen this with a mark. And I think 4 segments is more than enough. I can make 6. It's kind of like a bigger piece. So here too, we could have, you know, a bevel, 4 segments. So kind of like a cool transition here. Quite frankly, this one could be beveled too, you know, just for the hell of argument. Boom. So kind of like a really nice flowy element here on the top. And I'm going to, let me see, how long is this? It goes to the end, right? So we could kind of, you know, cut it like this here just for fun. All right. And we're gonna create cuts in the middle here. All right. So kind of cuts like this, B. And how many segments? 4. That's cool. Cut it and then recover that. And we're gonna array it. So X and simply array it. Not too many. Something like this. Right. Okay. And select that and weighted normals. Now let's shift this. Okay. So shift bool. Let's grab this piece in the middle, drop the bevel, drop it down, okay, hang on a second, let me just apply the booleans, boolean, there we go, and then let's mirror this, insert it, and don't overdo it, right, because if you overdo it, you're gonna overshoot it, you see, so just insert it a bit, and then E, and scale, and this is gonna be quite interesting, shift 2, perfect. It's gonna be bakeable. So, and on top of that, we're gonna build this scope rail. So here on top again, we can grab actually this piece, guys, this one. Okay, so shift DZ and drop it up here, and we're going to scale this, all right, and move it somewhere here, and we definitely need to cut it. So we're gonna cut it here and here, right, and it's a bit too tall. So this should be flatter basically. Okay, so let me just go here to local, and let's just grab this top bit, select these, right, and GZ to drop it down to make it flatter. Cool. Go to solid view, let's reduce the bevel because insanity, and let's cut it from the top like this. Okay, I want it to be really flat, right? And let's just sharpen this, and this one should be narrower, so kind of like this. Okay, and bevel can be switched to, you know, to weight, so this edge is gonna get caught. Mark everything, edge mode, and clear sharp. Bevel is still insane, so make it smaller. It should be like a metallic feeling, so really, you know what I mean? Awesome, so we got that going on. And this one should be somewhere, oops, somewhere here in the back. So GY somewhere here. Okay, SY. There you go. That will do. So now in the middle here there should be a groove. So D for box, and you know, cut it up. Awesome. And in the groove we're gonna have something else. So sharpen and grab that SX and scale it just a little bit. Okay, and then we're going to shift curve extract, another piece here, sharpen this, grab the top, and in fact now grab these two edges and let's control B them, but chamfer them. Okay, like this, right? Grab this top and GZ and drop it down, GZ. Okay, so it's kind of flat. Select the bottom face, Shift S and two face, okay, and Alt X, and we're going to mirror this like that. Okay, so we're gonna have this kind of a shape. And let's boolean this here like this on top and the bottom. And let me see that this should actually be a little bit higher, something like this, SY, and scale it in. Grab these two shapes together, go to front view, and we're gonna create grooves here. Okay, so you know, like this, not in this one, in this one. Boom. Okay, and mirror to the other side. So we need to copy this across this main shape, so let's try that again. Alt X and mirror, and this one should fit now. This one didn't work. One more time. Operations multiply. Check if the bevel didn't get applied. Did apply it again. I think there's something with a weight bevel. There's a problem. So let's just move the bevel for a sec. Apply the modifiers. I might report it to Master Xeon. Blender 3.0, I mean, hard ops in Blender 3.0 thinks that this bevel is structural bevel. Click this, shift click this, Alt X, press A to add another mirror, and then mirror. There we go. So it's gonna mirror down and then across the shape. Hope it makes sense. And let's, you know, let's sharpen this, and let's sharpen this one, and bevel this, right? Good. All right, so we got this kind of a shape. Now we're gonna grab this, and here we're going to drop a loop in the middle and Control B that loop. Okay, and we're going to shift curve extract this. Okay, so outside, right, like that, right, and sharpen, and we're going to move it to the front. So GY, move it here, and we're going to array this on this y-axis. So here, basically. Boom. Right. Like that. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then let's grab this and select the top faces. So here. And shift curve extract like that. Okay. And we're going to grab it to local, and we're going to cut it because it's too big. We need it to be a bit different. So what we need to do is Control click on sharpen. We're going to delete that. So delete vertices, and Control plus, and delete vertices. Cool. And here we're going to close this, so press 4 to close with a face. We're going to SX0 to flatten it. Let's go back and see what's happening. Okay, that's good. And let's run a loop here, right? Let's run a loop here, and let's extrude it up. Okay. Let's select all these bits, and let's go to local view here. And let's see what we can do here. This entire edge here, this one, should be matched to the height with this. So shift select that, Alt A and top. This one as well. This one actually is unnecessary, so we can dissolve it. No, we can't dissolve it. Okay, so select this and this, and then dissolve it. Dissolve this one. Perfect. Okay, let's cut it. Cool. Sharpen. Let's grab this bit here, and let's extrude it, and G and move it here. Okay, then R, rotate it here, and scale it down. SZ and scale it down, and E to move it in here. This one should be a bit higher here, so let's select this and this with Shift and Alt. Then we're gonna move this up. Okay, so GZ and move it up a bit, you know, like this, right? Just a bit. Or we could make this one thinner, so maybe that's a better idea, you know, do something like this. Cool. Let's clean mesh. So operations, clean mesh. And this face should be SX0. I don't think it's flat. This should be flat, SZ0. That's flat. Cool. And this should be flat, SX0. Right? Whoa, SX0. There we go. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. So let's grab this edge here and unmark this, and we're gonna bevel this, you know, like this. In fact, let's grab all of them and Control B and 4 segments, and here too unmark this, and in fact here we should grab both edges. So let's go to local view, select both, unmark, and then simply 4 segments. So it's gonna be kind of a, you know, smoother transition here. All right, so here let's press 3 to clean it, because there's probably some junk. Let's select this face here. All right, and let's create a custom orientation, GZ, and move it out here. All right, let's run a loop here on this, which for some reason will not work because we have n-gons. So let's close this here to create quads. All right, also there's no face in here, so we need faces here as well. So let's just drop a face here, F, that's enough. We're gonna mirror this later, so don't worry about it. Let's drop a loop here and drop it down. Okay, and then we're going to select this face here, and, you know, easy, and drop it down, right? So drop it down here, and these two should be aligned to this one, so Alt A and left. Okay, you don't need that, so dissolve edges, and, you know, so we don't need this junk. Okay, then we're gonna mirror to the other side. So cool. So we're looking pretty good. Let's grab an n-gon and let's slice it here like this. So let's go to cut and let's slice this. Okay, that didn't work because probably it's mirrored from this side, I'm guessing. No, what the hell? That's interesting. Why does it want to get cut here? There we go. That was weird. Let's just sharpen this, and now select these 2 edges, Shift S and 2 edge, so it's gonna be in the middle, and then Alt X and mirror, right? So everything's gonna get mirrored. Cool. So let's grab that and let's just create a longer cut here. Shift V and object and nearest edge. One more time. Boom. We're gonna mirror this later, it's okay. Alright, so now let's apply everything. So operations and multiply, and Alt X, and now our origin point is rotated, which is not good. So you can fix it by going to Mesh Tools, Origin, R, okay, and we're going to set the rotation. So now rotation is set. Boom. That's a bit of a trick with the new hard option, tool. Here we can have two more cuts with circles. So, some are here. Boom. And this could be mirrored to the other side. So cool, awesome. And this could be slightly higher, so it could be slightly higher here. Okay, so GZ and move it like this, or even E and extrude it up, so there is a kind of elevation here going on. Okay, and then we're gonna combine this. So combine that, E, X, and join it here in the middle. So it's kind of a slider, and we're going to cut this on maybe one side here, B for bevel, and boom. And we got this kind of an interesting shape. This is really cool, guys, because it just adds a lot of complexity. So here at modifier and operations multiply and shift dy and move it to the end, so it's on both sides. So here what we can do is use this, okay, as a cutter. So Q and control click on extract. Let's go to local view. It's too long, so SY and scale it. And we're going to, of course, close it with F, and here too, F. And we don't need these cuts here, okay? So we're going to 1, 1, and 1, and come on, 1. And we don't need these edges, so we're gonna dissolve them. So dissolve edges and dissolve edges. Cool. Sharpen, sharpen, and Alt X and mirror. Cool. Let's weighted normal this, and in fact we can apply everything. So operations multiply, right? Cool. But we can remove the bevel and weighted normals now, because we're going to be using it as a cutter. So GY and move it in here. We're going to scale it just a little bit like that, okay? And SY and scale it, and GY and move it in. And I think I'm just gonna scale it just a little bit more, and difference. So it actually goes in, which kind of makes sense, right? Okay. And here we're going to borrow this shape, okay? So in fact, let's borrow this. So control click on curve extract, and we're going to grab, let's grab it to local. Select these, in fact, let's remove this middle edge. Select this edge in EZ, okay? Then go vert mode, shift click here, Alt A and top. Then Alt click here, F, and then, here and 4, 4, okay? This is gonna close the shape, right? Oh, it didn't. 4, there we go. And sharpen. Cool, cool. Let's remove the bevel because we don't need it. Press 3 to clean it just in case. Now, Shift S into Geo, and let's scale this. Shift Y, so we're gonna scale it on all axes but Y, and actually a bit more. S Shift Y, yep, and move it in here. So GY, kind of like that. SY, cool. Let's just cut it here and cut it here. Sharpen. Let me see that. Let's chamfer this bit. That's interesting. And we could actually cut this, so Shift D, make it a bit larger and difference. And it's gonna go inside here, which is kind of cool. And grab that and sharpen. Peachy. And let's bevel this. Okay, press 1 to bevel this. Let me see that. Let's remove sharp because we don't need it. And at weighted normals. Okay. That is interesting. That is actually quite interesting. I like that. And we could still, you know, use something here in the front. The front looks a little bit, you know, on the dull side. On the dull side. We could use some cuts in here, to be honest. Could use some sensors. That would be interesting, you know, somewhere here. Cut it. T. Solidify it, right? And let's just mirror this to the other side. And we need to run a knife here. Let's sharpen it. I would leave it like that, to be honest. This bit here could be a little bit thicker, so you could grab a cut and, you know, press K for knife. Grab this, you know, grab this bit here and shift curve extract a little bit like this and sharpen, and then lower the bevel. So, you know, lower the bevel and, you know, create some cuts here on side. So cut here and weighted normals, right? So additional element here on the top. Here in the back we do need some elements, so D and circle. Now let's cut this, okay? And let's shift T to taper, okay? And then we can have some, you know, some inserts. This one definitely needs to be cut, so let's apply the mirror here. So operation smart apply, and I'll double check if the bevel didn't get applied for some stupid reason. This needs to be fixed here for sure, so J, and we can remove these retarded edges. Remove the one in the middle because we don't need that. Now select that and Q and control click on curve extract. It's the same thing all over, guys, right? I to inset it, okay? So inset it a bit. Control I, X, and delete faces. So you're left with this. Go to the top view, and we're going to slice it, I think, here. So slice it off, right? Cool. And then, you know, our modifier solidify. Press 2 to solidify both ways, okay? Sharpen this, and we're going to grab these two, actually not two, all of these edges here and bevel them. And this one doesn't want to get beveled for some reason. Press 3 to clean it. That didn't work. Boom. Okay. There is some kind of a weird double edge here. Oh, look at that. It's a rogue edge. Here. There's all edges. There we go. This box cutter, man. Just turn it off. Box cutter sometimes goes nuts in edit mode, so I'm gonna turn it off. Select these edges here. Control B, 6 segments. It's enough. Let's remove the bevel. Let's grab all these edge shapes and go to local view. And let me see that. Okay. Let's Q and Shift Control click on sharpen to recalculate it. Shift click here and difference and disaster. So let's make it smaller. No. SX maybe. All right, cool. And then solidify. Okay, cool. Are we peachy? Hang on. Well, this could be solved a little bit differently, so hang on. Let's just grab this cutter. Let's go to top view. Select these, everything from the top. So occlude B and GY and move it a little bit down so it actually doesn't encroach here on this bevel here, right? It's better if it doesn't, okay? So let's apply that. So operation smart apply, right? And we're going to select this bit here and press L, P, selection. We're going to select this one in the middle and drop the bevel, okay? Right? And then we can create some LCD here. So just Shift V, object nearest edge, and we can create some LCD here. Maybe even like this, right? And B for bevel, and you know, cut it through, and T, and, you know, Bob's your uncle, right? And here we can have some buttons. So B and E and T. Shift click, okay. Whoa, one more time. B and T and shift click. Q and array and X. Come on. There you go. Shift 2, right? That will do. And here we can have, you know, cut for, I don't know, some kind of an opening, whatever. That's too deep. Something like that. Cool. You know, here too, two small ones, right? We're gonna be mirroring this to the other side anyway, so this bevel could be smaller. Okay, cool. And this could be mirrored, so, you know, mirror to the other side, right? Awesome. And these buttons could be, you know, sharpened, and these buttons could be sticking out. So let's just select the custom orientation, GZ, move them up a little bit, and bevel them, right? So they kind of round it. Select everything and, you know, unmark, because we don't need mark sharp. Perfect. They're a bit too close to one another, to be honest. So let's just, you know, grab them and grab everything here. Grab these and then shift click this one, and we're going to go to local view and let's go to occlude and grab these, okay, and Control plus and GX and move them, right? We should need to move them both, okay. GX, that's better, right? It's a bit more distance between them, okay. Cool, let's go back and think this is okay. Looking good. This one needs to be beveled here, so, you know, we either run a B-weight bevel or we simply go to bevel alt, you know, hold alt and scroll down until this edge catches. Boom. Just make sure that, you know, it doesn't affect other angles. Like, for example, somewhere, you know, somewhere here, this could be problematic, so you need to check if everything is okay with this shape. Let's see other angles here. See that this is getting faceted here? You seen this? So I think I'm just going to go back to 30 and lower it down and simply run a weighted bevel. So we're going to operations multiply, right? And then we're going to run a sharpen, okay? And then we're going to run a bevel based on weight, which will fix all the problems, including this, right? See what I mean? There are certain angles you simply cannot catch, okay? So need to help them. Same with the top one here, probably not caught. There you go, mark, and there you go, and that's better. Cool, let's go back. So the front is okay. I think in the front here too, I could create another cut on this barrel. So here we could run another cut, you know, here, cut it down and B, okay, and press X to slash it. And let's see that. Just over scroll, SX, you know, scale it out a bit. Control A, apply scale. B, bevel. And I think I'm just gonna go with 6 segments. Cool. And select this top bit here. So this one. And we're going to sharpen it and run 2 more cuts. So somewhere here, I suppose. And that's a bit too deep. And Alt X and mirror to the other side. Okay, cool. Here too we lost the bevel, so select that and mark sharp. There we go. And we need to do that for all these edges that are, requiring it basically. Okay. Cool beans. Cool beans. There's a bit of a harsh transition here. I don't like that. I think it's caused by the sharp edge. So right click and clear sharp. There we go. See that? It's really, these are small details that, they're gonna come back and bite you in the butt. This one isn't beveled, so we don't need to fix that, I think. Yeah, this one isn't beveled. Let's run a weight bevel here as well. So here we need to select this entire edge all down the way to here and mark it because it wasn't marked. And for some reason there's a beef here. Cool. Okay. Let's move this down like this. And this should be okay. Okay. Select everything, go to edge mode and clear sharp from everywhere. Sharp usually is not the best idea for bevels. So that looks much better. Okay, cool. Here on this bit we could have a chamfer. I think it's gonna look a bit better. So here we could run a chamfer. So Control B and let's apply the mirror. So operations, gotta be careful here because there's a bevel weighted. See, it applies it again. This is so strange. Hardops thinks that bevel weighted bevel is actually a structural bevel, so you gotta be very careful with this. Let's apply weighted normals here because we don't have them, I think. Now we're going to run a chamfer here, right, like this. Okay, so let's select this whole thing and run the chamfer. Cool. And I'm gonna run a bevel on top of it, so bevel, right? Make it smaller and run a bevel weight here. Okay, and this edge here as well needs to be bevel weighted, so mark it to be weighted. Check everything is fine. Here on this part we have some shading problem. Here you see that, this one. So GG, and so what we could do is either move this up a little bit, right, or yeah, this will work. So GZ and move it up a bit, and more or less this should be fine. There's some double verts here, I think, because there's a shading problem. Let's just go to occlude. See, Shift 1. In fact, move this one to this one. Move this one to this one, and here too. Okay, this should fix the shading, I think. So the gun is done, guys. I'm still thinking that we should have something here, but we could have like tiny elements, for example, tiny cuts like this. Okay, so cut it in. Okay, and then go to Shift V and view mode, and let's cut it in here like this, right? And then go to edit mode, select everything, Shift D and move it in here. Okay, and then GX and move it in. So you got two cuts, and we will need to run some edge here. So let's just run edge through these. Where's the end of it? Here. And this should fix the shading on these both circles. And this introduces a little bit more of an interest here in this area. Just doesn't make this area so empty. We could mirror this to the other side. Mirror this to the other side. So Alt X and mirror. And boom. This barrel here is way too long. This could end on a trigger, to be honest, so you know, we can cut it in here, right? Doesn't have to be so long. Cool. Okay, that's good. Let's just double check if we didn't apply any bevels anywhere, because that would be a disaster. Okay, I think we're good. Awesome. Alright guys, so that's it for the gun, and the last part is gonna be the scope. So we're gonna create the you know, the driver, basically the mount, and the top is gonna be probably the last video. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, Ryu here, welcome back, and in this video we're gonna be designing scope. Now I've been thinking that this top part maybe here is a bit too short, so you know, we could actually extend it a little bit. So select all these bits here, all right, and go to edit mode, you know, occlude, and we could select it like that, and GY, and oops, let's just turn it back to global, GY, and you know, move it somewhere here. That's not gonna work because it's a mirror. So I'll tell you what, let's is it a mirror? Hang on. Yeah, there's a mirror. Let's apply that. Cool. And there's a mirror here. Let's apply it. And mirror here. Let's apply it. Let's apply both. And let's apply weighted normals. There we go. So select this one, and this one, and go to top view one more time. And let's see that GY. There we go. So GY, and you know, I want to move it somewhere closer here. And same with this, we probably would need a little bit more of these iterations here. So just a bit longer, you know, closer to the front of the gun. Now for the scope, we're gonna bring the collection back, and we're going to grab our JPEG, and we're gonna cut this out exactly as is. So we're gonna borrow this shape, Shift D, right, and GY and GZ, sorry, move it up here, Alt P, and we're going to unparent it, and we're gonna slice this, guys. So we're gonna, you know, we're gonna slice this off here and this off here. Okay, don't need that, and sharpen. And then we're gonna grab this face here and GY and expand it here, and you know, GZ, and move it down, and basically make this box larger. Okay, so S, Shift X, and make it larger, right? And Alt Z, and with this box selected, we're gonna slice it out. Okay, so let's just, you know, let's just grab a M gun, and we're gonna slice the shape out. So here, 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 here. All the way here, here, and X, and you know, press tab. Let's just fix this here. There we go, and slice. Okay, so now we can remove this bit. So Alt Z, select the outer bit and delete that. Perfect. And this is gonna be our scope. So we can hide this for a sec. Looks like a good size. So now we will perform a few things here. So I have a scroll, and let's just, you know, apply some bevels here. So apply bevels here. Okay, so Control B, and we can apply 6 segments to each of these, right? Or maybe even tighter, you know, maybe 4. Can I make this tighter? Like this, right? Then in front view, we're gonna slice it here with an N-gun. Okay, so let's make it a bit wider. So let's apply this, sharpen, and then we're going to SX and make it a bit wider. Okay, and we're gonna slice with an N-gun. So we're gonna slice it here, starting here, and go here and out. Okay, and then go down, right, all the way to here, and then diagonally down here. And then we're going to cut that and press B for bevel, and you know, slice it, move this bit a bit outside, and one more time, B for bevel, and slash it. Okay, then we're going to mirror that, PG. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. Let's just bevel that if we can. We can't. Let's control click on sharpen to fix the sharpens. And we got some issues here, okay, so we need to fix them immediately. So these two are kind of interfering with one another. We could combine them in the middle, but that is not the best idea. We could drop this one down and you know, this could solve the problem. Here we probably have some issues as well. This one simply needs to be sharp and that's it. And the top could be, you know, could be sharp here. That's okay. Cool. That makes an interesting shape, to be honest. So I kind of like that. Make this scope a bit narrower on, you know, on an x-axis, or you could go to edit mode, occlude and B, select that and GX, and you know, move it in a bit. So it's kind of, you know, not as wide, not wider than the gun, because it would kind of make no sense. In fact, this could be a little bit narrower. There we go. Okay, cool. So it's chunky, but you know, not insane. Maybe that's actually too chunky. GX, within a bit. There we go. Sweet. So now we need a cylinder, and let's just rotate it and move it somewhere here. Scale it down. And we need a cylinder here, so SY, right? I think we might cut it either, you know, you can cut it either like this, which was gonna be a little bit painful here, or you could go the easy mode and, you know, cut it like this in the middle, right? So we can try to do it this way. So let's just add a loop here and sharpen this, and let's grab this loop here. Okay, so this one, and actually GG and move it in here, and Control B and scroll. And we're going to scale this one, okay? So as Shift Y and scale it in, right? So, you know, something like that, and GY and move it in, okay? Something like this. We could actually move it lower somewhere here, that would work. So it's actually below this bevel area, okay? So here, Control A and apply scale. And we're gonna select this one here on the top, Control B that, and, you know, chamfer this a little bit. And we're going to inset that and extrude it, okay? I'm gonna deal with it later. Okay, Control click on sharpen and Shift D and scale it a little bit and difference, okay? What I want to do now is here, I want to apply this, okay? So I want to apply some bevel to it, okay? Which didn't work, so sharpen. And then let's apply a bevel, and we probably gonna have a problem with the chamfer, but we can try. So Alt X, D, symmetrize, remove these, you know, rubbish connections. So we're going to go to edit mode, select this, press F, Control plus to select these faces. Go back, select this one, L, select everything, and then you can GZ and you can move them both at the same time. A bit of a trick, yeah. Cool, now let's select that, and we're going to create a chamfer here, which will help us with readability in the front. Boom. We can make this a little bit less beveled, okay. And this one could be beveled too, right? Awesome. We could have some rings here, so Shift curve extract like that, SY, and scale it a bit, and we could cut it here, so with a box, cut this one a little bit, okay, here, so it kind of sticks out, sharpen, cool, move it a bit to the front, so GY and move it a bit to the front, and here we could drop a near macro, so just for interest, Control B and Alt macro inside, boom, and it's a separation. And it creates interesting kind of a rim around that. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. In the back here, what we can do is we can borrow this and, you know, Shift curve extract, right? And GY and move it in here. And here we could make this a bit more curvy, you know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab that GY and move it in here. And I'm gonna grab a cutter, so N-gun, and I'm going to run it in here like this, but I'm going to run it with a bevel, so here and here, and B, and you know, bevel this and chop. There we go. It's going to be a bit more, you know, kind of roundish, and this is going to be an absolute disaster, so we need to fix it. 3 to clean it. There we go. And you know, let me see that. Why is it causing a problem? I'll mark this. There we go. That's better. Alt X and, you know, symmetry. Cool. I think rounded is a little bit more interesting. Here too, you know, the top could be, you know, either rounded or chamfered. Maybe rounded is better. 6 segments. Yeah, kind of cool. This one could be a bit higher. Also could be thicker. So Shift S to Geo, and I could make it thicker. And this is gonna be painful, but you know, let's go for it. It could be a little bit lower, maybe. Let's see. So let's see how painful this is gonna be. So sharpen and Control R and move a loop here, and you know, add more loops. Boom. And then we need to remove the bevel. Never Boolean stuff with bevels. Mirror, we don't need it. Shift D that, make it a bit larger, and then difference. And Shift 2, and let's see what we're dealing with here. Let's sharpen this, so we have a bevel. Hey, it's not bad actually. It's 3 to clean it. That's actually pretty decent. I'm kind of surprised. You know, it's not that bad. So we can connect these or not. We can actually leave them alone. Wow, that's amazing. It's surprisingly clean, guys. Let's clean all of it, and let's see. Right, now let's resharpen that, and there we go. I must say that's pretty clean. Pretty clean. Cool. You know, we could scale this thing in, and then this is way too big, so we can cut it, you know, here, and sharpen. Then we could Shift Curve Extruct here. It's the first thing we can do, and sharpen and bevel. Okay, cool. And this one needs to be longer, so F and GY. And this one needs to be closer, GG. And then split it, so Control B, select that, S, Shift Y, and boom. Right. In fact, let's split this one, Control B, and here S, Shift Y, and there we go. And GY. I want this gap here, sharpen, perfect. Then here we're gonna have a ring to, you know, adjust stuff. Shift Curve Extract, sharpen, Shift S, 2Geo, SX. Sorry, SY, my bad. Awesome. And, you know, this is gonna be the eyepiece. So we simply insert it and, you know, extrude it. But we're gonna cut it, right? So let's just extrude it deeper, and then we're gonna cut it like this. So right, maybe closer. One more time. Boom, and sharpen, and we're gonna bevel it, right? And bevel this one. Cool. Now let's select this and this, you know, this ring here, and Q and Curve Extract, and let's go to local and select one of them and Control I, and you know, in fact, let's just insert it, and then Control I and faces, and let's just extrude it and go back, and here Shift S to geometry, Shift S to select it. Select that, sorry, mesh tools, control click on radial array, press X to change axes, and Bob's your uncle. Scale it in, sorted, and you got the ring, right? And bevel is insane, so make it smaller. There we go. And we didn't apply scale. This is why our array got messed up. So let's do it again. Let's just remove that, and one more time. Mesh tools and radial array. There we go. So sorted, right? Cool. So let's hide that, and let's hide that. We don't need it. Here we're going to apply multiply. Awesome. Go to Ngon, Shift V and View, and let's. What the hell happened to my Ngon? Oh, cyclic is on. That's why. Let's cut it in here, and X and slice it. Cool. Sharpen this. Select both. A. This is actually a very good example of flip normals. If you see here, see the flipped face? This is a flipped face. Alt V, face orientation. You see that? So what we need to do is simply Alt N and recalculate outside. So you select everything, all faces in face mode. Alt N and recalculate outside, and we're going to Shift S and to Geo and G Z and move it down like this. This is gonna be interesting, and we're going to round it up here. So 6 segments, and unmark this and Alt X and to the other side, and I think this should do. And here we need a cut as well. I'm going to slice it, like this and like this. So it follows the angle here. In fact, could be a little bit here closer, like this, right? Okay. And then B for bevel and make it really supple. But don't overdo it. X and slash it. Cool. And sharpen, sharpen. And here we can create some small wedge or whatnot. So Shift V object, and let's run it here. Cool. And sharpen. We could bring this a little bit outside, to be honest. So GX and move it outside. And that's that. And we need some kind of a ring here. So Shift D and hold Control. If it doesn't work, go here to Face under the snapping, align rotation, and project individual elements. G, hold Control, boom, and it's gonna snap to this face here. And we can create a ring out of it. So we can select this middle bit here, delete verts, select these verts and F, go to local view and F, and you got yourself a cylinder. And we will remove the bevel because we might be, actually no, you're not gonna be cutting this, so bevel can stay. We're going to make this a little bit smaller and move it somewhere here, and Control B to chamfer this a little bit, and insert it once, insert it one more time, and one more time, and extrude it. Then grab this and E and insert it, and that will do. And then GX and move it in here. And in fact, this is a little bit too thick, so select this one and GX and make it a bit smaller. It's too big, move it somewhere here. Okay, cool. And Control B here as well. Select this bit, and then click on curve, Control click on curve extract. Select one of the faces, insert it, Control I, remove faces, and then we can solidify that. Okay, and let's let's actually make this longer. So, you know, Shift S to geo, make it longer but not too long, and sync it in. So you could sync it in very precisely by moving cursor here and then scaling on cursor. So when you scale it, you're gonna scale inside, you see. So S and scale inside. So you're gonna sync in a little bit. And then we could select these around with Control-Alt-Click. This is solidified, so let's just sharpen that. And we could select these with Control-Alt and, you know, bevel them with 4 segments. Select everything, unmark, and run the, it's actually a bit too, could be a little bit steeper. So E here, extrude it, remove this edge, right? And then Q and Mesh Tools and Control-Click Radial Array X, and make it a bit more sort of scarce, maybe, kind of like this, you know. This could be interesting, right? Cool. Well, let's hide that. Awesome. Here we could have another cut on the bottom, following again this sort of shape here, and B and X, and slice it. And before we do any scaling, we need to switch to individual origins, and then Shift S into jaw, scale it in, and move it in here, you know, like that. And on the top we could have some more dials, so we could you know, select these two, all of them, Shift D, and then go to local view, and then grab that and simply multiply. Shift select this one, Control P, and keep transform. So when I'm going to move this one, the other one I move with it, right? So now when I'm going to move that, they both will move, yeah. And when I'm going to align this, they both will align. So here I'm going to select these faces, Shift S and 2 face, and then select this one and, you know, 2 cursor, scale it down, and GY, move it in here, one dial on top here, and, you know, one larger, whoa, and select both again, Shift and D, Y, and scale, and one larger dial here. And we need to select these and go to local view, select them, insert them, and extrude them. So they're gonna be visible here on the bottom, and this should do, guys. Awesome. We could have some, you know, some kind of a tiny screen or switches in here as well. Could have, for example, a switch here on this side here somewhere, maybe somewhere here, and B for bevel, and E extruded, and T. Can't see that because it's not beveled yet. Bevel, there we go. And, you know, GX, and just move it out a bit. And we could bevel this with, I think 4 segments is enough. Select everything and unmark that, and there's gonna be a nice button. And this of course needs better connection, so we could run a connection here. One more time. And, well, we could run one here to the bottom. Select that, Shift, select that, dissolve edges, and let's just select this one. In fact, let's just sharpen this, it should work. There we go. That's better. Yeah, and it's gonna be kind of like a button here on the top, which is cool. Could be on one side, could be on both sides. You could, you know, you could mirror this to the other side. It's okay. We could mirror this one to the other side. So, you know, mirror. Oh, that's actually symmetry. So Alt X, press X to reset it, and then mirror. There we go. And this also could be a bit closer, and there could be some sort of a, you know, some sort of a connection. So GX, and this could be closer to the to the element. There we go. And now what we need to design is design the, this part that actually connects the scope to the model. Here we're gonna create a lens, so insert it a little bit, and then shift curve extract like this, and let's just sharpen that, and we're going to grab both of these and bevel them. And if you overlap, simply press C to enable clamping, and press A and unmark it so it's clean, and then press 3 to clean it completely, and you gotta get yourself a lens, and boom, and you get yourself a lens here in the middle. Let's make it a little bit larger and sort of move it inside. Okay, here, so we're gonna make this into a glass, all right? And the same thing in the back, so shift D, Y, move it in here. Where is it? Oh, it's really far. I meant here. Shift S and to geometry. There you go. Select this face here and Shift S and to face, and this one to select it to the cursor, right? Make it bigger, and and GY, and what's on here. So there's a lens in here too, right? All right, so now the last one's gonna be this sort of the stand here. So we could do it with a cube, we can just grab a cube and scale it down and move it in here into the front view and scale it some more, and GZ, and we're gonna chisel it out of it, sort of. So we could start it here, so we could chop this off. We could start with an end gun and start here like this, and go, start here and then go here and like this, and go down here and something like this maybe. All right, and just chop it, and this should be flat, so like that. All right, so let's see that, and Alt X and copy to the other side, and this needs to be much longer. So that supports the whole scope basically, something like this. Okay, and yeah, the side here, let's just shift and move your mouse to the right to fix the snapping here. This is gonna be toughy, but it's gonna be interesting at the same time. Let's bevel this, press 1 to create a better transition. I'm wondering if this shouldn't be more defined here. So F scroll, come on, F scroll, and grab this edge. And maybe I should define it a bit better here, Maybe I should create something like this, and maybe remove this one. How's this? That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I like that. It should be also lower, so have a scroll. One more time. This should be lower, like here. So GZ. You know what I mean? Kind of more, kind of like wrapping this this shape up. And we could have a cut here for sure. We could have a cut here, and we could have a cut here for sure, and then sharpen this. Cool. And here we're gonna have cuts in this shape. So we're gonna create something like this, and B. All right, and cut it in. And this is not in view mode, so Alt R to reset the rotation, R Y90, and RX 180. How is it now? No, RZ 180, sorry. There we go, that's better. And then we're going to move this, so Shift Shift Y here, and we're going to RZ 180 to invert it, and RY 180. And we're gonna grab these two on the back. So B and GY and move it all the way here. And you know, difference. How are we looking? Looking pretty interesting actually. Looking pretty interesting. Let's move this a little bit closer and then sharpen it. And how we're looking. A lot of flip normals, so select everything, Alt N, and recalculate outside. It should be fine. There we go. Peachy. That's peachy. It's a little bit too low maybe, so we could, you know, select that, Control plus GZ, and you know, drop it down a bit. Is it even possible? Oh, this is actually I think it's possible. Yeah, just drop it down a bit here, and you know, that's cool. Here, this could be some kind of a cut here as well, just for fun. Also in view mode, by the way. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's cool. From the front, we definitely need something here, so we're going to, you know, cut this open here. Cut this open like this. And here on sides, we need some screwy bits. So we could technically borrow this Shift D, I mean, scale it down, and we need to, you know, normalize this. So in fact, you know what, it's gonna be easier to create a new cylinder. Shift A and add a new cylinder, and RY90, not 80, RY90, that's the one. And this is, you know what, this is too dense. One more time, cylinder, let's make it 24, okay. And then RY90 and scale it. Also, let's just save it because reasons, right? Scale it some more, and GY, and you know, move it in here, and move it over here, and scale it, and move it somewhere here, and GX, and move it in. Okay. GX, GZ. Now, if this is going to be denser, it's going to be easier to maintain the curvature and the shading. You know, I might actually go with 32 cylinder and make it 30. Maybe make it 30, not 32, not 300. 30. Jesus. RY90 and scale it again. Let's do it one more time and bring it in here. In here, you know, this could be screwable or it could be kind of snappable. Could be two ways of doing it, but screws are kind of cool. Old school, basically. GY, move it somewhere here. Let me see that. Maybe middle is okay, or maybe somewhere here. Kind of offset, you know, from the middle is going to be looking better, I think. And let's just, you know, drop a loop here. And you know, drop loops here, right? And sharpen, and then you know, booleans and union, and let's deal with aftermath. So Shift 2 and you know, sharpen. How we looking? Well, could be worse. Mark sharp. Yeah, it's not bad actually. It's not bad. Could be much worse. Could be much more worse. Okay then. Hey, that's actually pretty decent. You know, they're gonna be shading problems here, but we can, you know, basically do something like this. Let's add more loops, guys. You know, if you're in doubt, add more loops. Okay. It usually helps. There you go. It's not bad. There's a bit of a shading problem here. What we could do, you know, is run a knife here like this. Okay. Here, let's see, this is gonna help. It helps. It did help. So, same here on the bottom. Just run a knife. So, you know, run a knife from here. combine these two. Combine these two into one. Combine these. Oh, that's a bad idea. GG and put up. There we go. And combine these maybe. Yeah, that's better. We don't really need this triangle here, so you know, one. It's gonna create a pole, so maybe triangle is better. Maybe this triangle is not a bad idea. Or maybe completely remove that. Dissolve. Nope, it's better with it. So, okay, let's see. Let's see like this. It's not terrible. We do need mark sharp here for sure. And weighted normals. Yeah, this one here is a bloody disaster. GG and move it in here. Connect these two for sure. And dissolve this one. Mark this sharp. And this one could be connected. And this one, I don't know if I need this, to be honest. There we go, that's better. And here we need a clean connection as well. The bevel here is too big simply. But you know, we don't actually need the bottom. So what we could do is do something outrageous, which is basically cutting it like that. Okay. You know, cutting it like this, and let's see how this is gonna look. Let's just sharpen this. And we can run a knife here. I'm literally making my life, you know, miserable right now on purpose, guys, just for entertainment. Because, you know, that's madness. Shift 1, see that? That's pretty decent. And here, you know, Shift 1, and boom, sorted. And here there's a bit of a shading problem on the bottom, a bit, but quite frankly, you know, it's not the end of the world. That should do. Okay, and then we simply, you know, chamfer this, right, and then, you know, insert it and extrude it, and we're gonna put something in it. So this should work. Let's just make sure that this bevel isn't insane, and let's remove the sharp edge from the equation. So clear sharp, and this should ensure a decent shading as long as we're going to change bevel to weight, and this should be perfect or near perfect. There you go. And all we need to do is replicate this thing on the other side. So let's just grab this cutter, Shift 2 and grab this cutter, Shift D, Y, and move it in here. Okay, and let's combine that. So, you know, booleans and union, Shift 2. We're gonna have to repeat the downs here. So, you know, let's just sharpen this and have fun. So mark sharp, and how we looking? Could be looking better. Okay. Okay. We got some shading problems here, which means we need to run a knife here like this, right? Which should fix problems. If you're gonna create more dense mesh, you will have cleaner shading. Okay, so you know, the shading depends basically on how dense your mesh is, right? So if these quads were, or you know, whatever it is here, were smaller, the mesh will be cleaner. GG, let's move it closer here. GX actually, let's move it closer. There we go. And this one is really pulling here. GG. Can't really relax this. Let's run a loop here like this. Maybe it's gonna help. Yep, it did. Okay, let's go to local. And on the bottom we have the same problem. We just have to grab this cutter again. So shift 2. Where is this cutter from the bottom here? It's this one, right? So grab these two and move this cutter here. And simply, difference, right? And shift 2. And we're going to switch the cutter to exact, which will fix the problem here in the bottom. And let's just have a scroll this, and let me see that SY, and let's move it in GZ. There we go. Shift 2 and sharpen. And at mark sharp. How are we looking with shading? Yeah, we're looking pretty good. I mean, not looking super hot, but GG. Move it in here. Grab a knife. Actually combine these two, and then grab a knife and run a knife here. And just GG and combine these two. J, combine these two with 1 and sort it. Okay, cool. And then we're going to chamfer this and inset it and extrude it. And boom, right? And then mirror to the other side. Oh, it's already mirrored. Is it? One more time, one more mirror. Okay, and we do need to repeat these. So boom and boom. Wow, that was that was a lot of work. Now here you can still see that there's a shading problem. There's a pull on this line. So we're going to go to edge mode and simply run edge here and edge here. Okay, and we can remove this garbage. And this one too, Jesus. That's gonna create a lot of shading issues. Cool. All right, so let's hide everything and let's see how we're looking. And also let's, come on, hide it. Let's save it because, reasons. And how we're looking? Yeah, we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. I like that. And now I'm gonna show you how you can grab KitOps. It's a free add-on. And when you install it, you'll have access to inserts, okay? If I enable KitOps, I'm gonna show you on a different Blender because I can't be bothered installing KitOps here. Let's just paste that. If you have KitOps installed, you can get the free version of KitOps. If you go to Q menu, you'll see that HardOps integrates KitOps. And when you press, when you alt click, and when you connect your libraries, you'll see that they're gonna have a library here of all kinds of stuff. And the way you connect libraries, simply go to KitOps. Okay, it's really easy, guys. And here on the file path, you need to simply connect it to the folder called master. Okay, and we're gonna be adding free inserts. I'm gonna simply leave them in a file so you can reuse them if you don't want to install KitOps. But I would recommend you go ahead and grab Master Xeon 1001 free inserts for HardOps. For KitOps, and you can get them, like I said, for free on Gumroad, and we're gonna be using them to simply create quick screws and stuff because it's just easy. So what you do simply is click here and you choose whatever you want. We're gonna grab one of these, okay, and we're going to click on add insert, and then you just simply hover over the mesh and you add it. And we're gonna remove all the mats here because we don't need them. Okay, I'm gonna remove all the mats. I'm gonna Control-C, copy that. Okay, and I'm gonna copy it back to my original file. So just don't save it here. So Control-V, G, hold Control and snap it. And you don't have to worry about that. Now the only thing we need to do with this insert is go to edit mode, grab this insert, go to edit mode, select everything, Alt H to unhide stuff in edit mode, and Bob's your uncle. Move it over here, GX, and then we're going to grab this thing, Shift S and two-face, and shift S and to cursor, and make this a bit smaller, but not too small, and a bit smaller. Okay, and you know, boom, and shift Y and move it in here, and face, shift S to face, and then select this one and to cursor, and then we're gonna select both of them, select that, and Alt X, X to reset the mirror, and mirror to the other side. Okay, so that's one. Another thing we're gonna grab is a screw. Okay, so we're gonna go here, Alt click on Asset Loader, click here, and I want to grab this one, right? So add insert. Okay, and we're going to Alt R to reset rotation, remove all these mats here, and then of course we're gonna go here and go to viewport display and remove this name tag, and go to edit mode, select everything, Alt H, and we're gonna Alt Control C that, copy objects, right? Go back to my main Blender, Control V, and I got myself a screw. Okay, so I'm gonna scale it down. Whoa, okay, then hang on, something got copied with it. Oh, this one got copied with it. Let's just remove that. Move it in here, scale it, and what the hell is happening here? Let's just remove that mirror. What the okay, that's a problem. Let's fix it. Okay, so let's move this insert here for a sec. Hope the rest of the mesh is okay, because that is annoying. This is sometimes happens with mirrors, you know. So, you know, you need to learn how to deal with this shit. But, you know, we're gonna make this easy. Okay, so let's grab the cutter, and let's cut it off. Okay, and let's apply this, sharpen, cool. Let's grab this, and, you know, GY, move it in here. Let's grab this edge and unmark it, Control B, scroll it, and 6 segments is enough, I think. I'm not gonna be cutting this anymore. I'm just gonna drop this thing here. Okay, so can't be bothered. You could put a bevel on it. It's gonna add a lot of geo, but you know, you could, and you could squash it, GZ, and drop it down here, and Shift DX here, and just rotate it a little bit so it's not identical. Okay, you know what I mean? Bit of a trick, right? We could sink them down, to be honest. God damn it, you know, I think I'm gonna run a circle here, you know, anyway. So select that and just drop a circle cut, boom, and this is mirrored already, so you know, that's a bit helpful. So move it somewhere here, and GX, and move it somewhere here, and this should be good. So in this case, we're going to apply boolean and apply mirror, and we're going to apply edge to these circles. So let's connect them here with J, and connect it in here with J, and connect it here with J. Not sure why this mesh is, you know, so weird with the weighted bevel, but you know, it is what it is. So select that and basically mark, Control B, and you know, we could create a chamfer here. Or actually not, we can leave it like that, just mark it, and here too, and mark it. And then let's go back and to top view, right, and you know, scale it down a bit and drop it in, yeah, and same here, just remove this one, align it, Shift DX, move it in here, and you know, we got that. We could actually scale them a bit, and so they go through here like this. That's gonna be interesting. I kind of like that. We need some of them in the back, so Shift D, and you know, move them somewhere here. And this is slanted, so G, hold Control to align it. Okay, and align it in here. In fact, we could align it to the face. So select these faces, and we could go to either Shift 7 and an numpad, or you could go to Q and ST Mesh tool and align view. I usually have a set to a shortcut Control Q. Control Q by default is quit Blender. We're not gonna be doing that, so you know. And Shift DX and move it in here. Perfect. And then rotate it, you know. So RZZ to rotate it. Brilliant. Do we have more screws? It's one here on the side. So Shift D and Control and move it in here, scale it. And these are gonna be baked elements anyway, so you know, kind of like this. And we could create screws all over the place. They could be created with, you know, with like alpha decals, you know, but you could, you know, put some tiny elements, you know, like that all over the gun, right? If you wanted to, okay, you know. Just make sure that they're gonna be sunk in, so something like this, you know. And this would work, but it's a lot of work, and to be honest, it's just easier to do it in Substance Painter, so I wouldn't bother. Alright, now what the fuck has happened here, man? Oh, Jesus, now my trigger is fucked as well. You've gotta be kidding me. Let me just load some fresher save. Let me grab this. Control C, copy objects. Delete that, and Control V. And go to local mode. I need to remove all the junk that's, you know, coming with this trigger, okay? That's really important. Or you're gonna be in a world of, you know, duplicate geos. So if you encounter this kind of an issue, this is how you solve it, okay? So let's just you know, unparent it, Alt P, and remove transformation and delete that, and let's see. There we go. Then we're gonna parent this, you know, parent it to this one, but we don't really have to. Quite frankly, Shift G immediate children and then Alt P, and we can clear transformation, and we can just, you know, we can remove this empty because we don't need it. This will be it, guys, and there's gonna be one more video, very short one. We're gonna be putting this text here, and I'm gonna be wrapping things up and actually double checking everything one more time, because that was, you know, a bit shocking. So you see, take a lesson from it, and when you create a model, make sure you have a shit ton of saves, because this could, you know, really save your ass. If I didn't have saves, you know, I'll be basically, you know, fucked in short, because these mirrors were irreversible. They were applied. I have no idea how it happened, but I must have clicked something by mistake or applied something by mistake. So, alright guys, well, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the last video. Hey guys, welcome back, and this is the last video from me. I'm gonna pass you over to Josh, who will show you how to optimize this thing and texture it in Substance Painter and all that. You know, before we finish, we still need to do a few things. First of all, what I want to do is want to place this name here, Valker, and the decal itself is from March membership decal, so Blender Bros membership decal pack. So if you're interested in getting these, simply, you know, hop on our membership. I don't have them here in this Blender. I think I have to open this Blender. So there you go, March membership, and one of them is going to be the one that we need. But I'm going to recreate it in Blender, and I'm going to show you how I did that. Probably going to use a similar font, maybe a bit more relaxed. So anyway, these decals are available on March. Let me just go back and let's add a text here. So Shift A and add a text. We're gonna need to change font, because the default fonts in Blender are a bit shite. So let's go here and grab a text. Let's just rotate it. So RX90 and RZ90, and let's go here and font, and I'm gonna load one of these fonts I have here. So this is one of the fonts I have on my computer, this one, Microgramma De-Extended Bold. It's a paid font, so I cannot provide you, this font in, but I can provide you the text, you know, that's actually a geometry, right? So Valker, right? And we're gonna create a bit more spacing between the letters. So go here to the bottom, and spacing between characters, you know, we're gonna increase that. hang on a second. Oh, there we go. It is working. You need to be in object mode. There we go. Let's just scale this a little bit on Z and move it in here. Scale it down, and you know, something like that. Somewhere here we can pop it, you know, underneath here. This is a good placement for it, and we're going to solidify that. So let's just Control A and visual to mesh, and then we're going to solidify it. Press 2 to solidify it both ways, right? And then GX and move it out. And let's just sharpen, and it's going to be an absolute mess in terms of geo, so we need to go here to operations and clean mesh. And even so, we need to still fix a few things. Okay, so for example, this R here needs a little bit of work because it's a absolute bastard. So we need to remove a few of these. So let's just remove a few of these, maybe even these as well, and you know, kind of like that. And we're going to mirror this to the other side. So we're going to symmetrize it. So D, symmetry, and boom. And I'm going to remove that edge here from the R to dissolve edges to fix the problem. We're gonna cut this one here. So here we're gonna cut it with box cutter. Press K for knife. And we're gonna remove this rubbish. So dissolve edges, and you know, dissolve edges, and this should be okay. All right, so let's now try to cut it. Okay, so you know, let's scale it down a bit, and let's see that Shift 2, and let's see that it's a bit too deep, so let's move it out here. So now we're going to use a cool trick with hard ups here. Let's grab these two pieces and go to local mode. Let's apply a secondary bevel here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to operations and click on step, and then we're going to cut that difference, and we're going to have a kind of a different bevel here. Okay, so have a scroll and GX and move it out, and this bevel here is going to be basically smaller. Okay, so smaller bevel on these letters, and we do need to, you know, sort of connect it. So let's select this shape and let's grab a knife. And in fact, what we could do something like this, you know. And space, and then connect it here. And, you know, connect it here. That's okay. And Shift 2. And boom. There's your. Now, on the other side, you can't mirror that, because if you mirror it, it's going to be reverse, you know, going to be reverse text, right? So what we need to do is have a scroll, right? We need to shift the X, move it in here. We need to rotate it on Z by 180, move it back here to the more or less the same spot, and, you know, difference, right? And GX and move it out, okay? All right. And the same problem, we need to, you know, fix the shading. So select this K, and let's just, you know, let's just run a knife here and run a knife all the way here to these, like that. Okay, and Shift 2, and you got name on the gun. And now be careful, because when you apply Smart Apply, the main bevel gonna get applied, so be careful, right? You know, weighted normals and Bob's your uncle. And you got a name on the gun. You can keep it, you can remove it, it's up to you. We could make this a bit more shallow if you wanted to, but I think it's pretty cool. Looks just, you know, really awesome. Sweet. This could be also done, of course, in Substance Painter, which is going to be much easier. So you don't really have to do that here, or you can just bake it, you know, it's up to you, right? Like I said, but be careful with the bevels, because now when you apply Smart Apply, you're gonna be in world of trouble. So just like I was here with the all these mirrors, I have no idea what happened over there. I'm still confused a little bit, right? So here, I remember we had this front here was actually chamfered. I remember that. So let's do that. Cool. peachy, and bottom is okay. That's no problem. Let's check if everything is fine. Now here in the front, we need a cutout for this rail to go into. Yeah, so here we could use this rail, to be honest, Shift D and make it bigger and move it up a little bit like that and sort of cut it in. So let's just remove the bevel and weighted normals and select this one and difference. And how we're looking. We're looking all right, but there's something weird going on with the mirror here. Let me see that. This one is not in the middle. We could select these shapes, you know, Shift select this plate here and Alt X and mirror, and this is gonna fix our problem a little bit, right? This one should be mirrored as well. So let me see that. There are two mirrors going on in here. Let me see these mirrors. The mirror to the bottom, I don't need it. So whichever it is. This mirror, I don't know what it does, but we can remove that. And it should be fine. And there's an absolute mess of a disaster here in terms of geo. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slice this, guys. I'm gonna slice it because it's just too messy, alright? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna run a cutter here like this, okay? And with the and cut, and I'm gonna just simply slice that thing, alright? So I don't really need this to be happening over there. Now we gotta be careful with the bevel because bevel is set to weight. Actually could be angle. And when it's angle, we should be fine. Also, this face is not straight here, so SZ0, there we go. This one should be SX0, there we go. And this one should be SZ0, there we go. And then everything is peachy. So now we could mirror this, you know, across the shape again. So Shift select this one and mirror, there we go. That's better than Shift 2. And I think we're good. So now here we're gonna have a problem with this cutter as well. So let's just recover the cutter. And we're gonna cut the cutter. So SY and scale it in, right? And we're gonna slice this cutter, guys, because it's just mental, right? So slice that, and this is gonna fix our problem, right? Sharpen. And we're gonna grab this edge here, okay, this entire edge, right? And, you know, simply GX and just move it in, okay? So, right? So, it's gonna fit really nicely here. So that's pretty cool. Press 3 to clean it, and, you know, that is really nice. That looks like a proper, you know, sort of a cart. Here we have these edges which are not needed, so we need to clean that. So in fact, we can select everything in here and simply, you know, mark, and then Shift tilde and mark to mark just the edges. All right, the rest is not needed. And we could also chamfer that. It's gonna look a bit better. Okay, so chamfer here, right, and chamfer here in the back, although this back is unchamferable due to the cutout. In fact, this cutout is stupid. I'm gonna remove it, so, you know, just let's get rid of it. So select all these verts here and select this one and Alt A and the left. Whoa, okay then, boom, like this, and this one here and this one here, and then mirror, and it's sorted, right? So this edge, we don't need it to be, in fact we don't need this edge at all, so dissolve it and dissolve it. Perfect. Right, let's apply the mirror. Okay, and then we can do this. So dissolve the edge in the middle, dissolve this rubbish, dissolve this rubbish. Oh, we can't because of the cutout. Cool. Select that and Control B and chamfer. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Okay. Here we could add another element, you know. Control click on curve extract, go to local. we could grab these two and just delete only faces. Okay, select these verts, right, and shift Control B like this, and then we could go to mesh tools and curve extract and press S and scale it down, and have something like this here. Let's just create a geometry out of this. So in fact, what we could do, we could move them here. Oh, that's interesting. And make them smaller. So visual to mesh, select everything, and then P, by loose parts, okay? Solid view, Shift S to Geo, which will move origin points back, and then you can scale them on individual origins, right, to make them smaller like that. And we could move them. We could actually move them over here, or or there, and we could create some kind of like a latch in here. So one more time, select these two, right? Or in fact, we could select these two, this time, okay? So we could select these two, right? And this, okay, and this, and shift curve extract out, and let's just go to local, and let's see, let's just apply this smaller bevel and select all in edit mode, Shift S and P and by loose parts, solid view, Shift S to geometry, and then we need a local orientation, so transformation. So here plus, select them both, right, and SZ, oh sorry, SY, there we go. It will work. If it doesn't work, select the faces and then do GY, okay, there we go. And then one more GY, make it shorter, cool, and Shift DY and move it in here, and then grab these, right, and grab these two, select these buggers, and in fact these edges could be selected GG, and do something like this, select these two and E, extruded, right, and then let me see that. This could be connected here. I'll mark this sharp thing, weighted normals, okay. So we need to mirror these buggers because I think this other one is already mirrored, yep. So Alt X and mirror, and Bob's your uncle. That's a really small detail. Here we need some stock, so kind of a softer end to the stock. So shift curve extract and sharpen. Let's make it smaller, and let's make it rounder. So we could apply scale here. So scale, come on, scale, right? And we could round these up first. I would say 6 segments, maybe it's enough. And then we could select this entire bit here and create kind of like a cushion. So 8 segments, right? At the end here, see? Cool, cool. I think this chamfer here disappeared too from this trigger. Remember there was a chamfer here, so operations multiply. Double check if the bevel didn't get applied. It didn't, awesome. Let's grab this and, let's apply this chamfer back because we lost it. There we go, that's better. It's gonna create a bit of a highlight here, which is cool. Trigger is surviving, that's good. And everything else is peachy, I think. Now what I want to know is everything is symmetrical. This one also needs some kind of cuts or whatnot here on the front, maybe something like this, and cut. All right, nothing fancy, just a cut. And here in the front, I was thinking that here I could create 2 more cuts. So Shift V and object, and 2 more cuts here. Okay, X, and this should be mirrored to the other side. It already mirrored automatically, which is great. And we could inset them a little bit or outset them, you know, so GY and move it out, for example, right? So, you know, sharpen it, and let's just lower the bevel and GY and move it out a little bit further, like this, and select this face, and then Shift 7 on the numpad, or like I say, you could use the this menu here with hard ups. So this one, align view. Let's just actually assign a shortcut here. So assign a shortcut Control Q. So Control Q, you can, you know, rotate it with Shift, Alt, or Control. Really handy. So I'm gonna use a Control, click, and then you can cut in all kinds of directions. This is really extremely useful for, you know, kind of weird angles, like this, right? And this one could be cut like that. Okay, and let's just align here. There we go. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna sharpen this and bevel this here with each segments. So it's gonna be rounded over there. In fact, this could be rounded here too. Mark and 4 segments. Oh yes, we need screws in here. I forgot about that. Small ones. So let's just grab these and Shift D and, you know, hold Control. Also, this one needs weighted normals, and hold Control here. Scale it down, and, you know, move it in here. And GZZ and GX. Right, and then Shift D Y, GY here. Cool. Select them both, and select that and Alt X and mirror, and then we're gonna select them too, these two, and Shift D Y and move it over. So over here, GY. Hold Shift, and well, that's a really nice, neat details. Like when you add small details, it's gonna look, you know, make it look really posh. Basically, I have no clue what the hell happened here again. Dude, like, it's what the hell is happening to my arrays, man? For real. Look at this. My arrays are fucked now. Okay. Let's remove the array. So displays and radial array. And let's move cursor here. And mesh tools and radial array. Boom, that's one. Here, let's remove it again. And Shift S to select it. And mesh tools, radial array. X, X. And I think we're done, right? This one could be a little bit more dense, to be honest. There we go. That's better. Select them both on H to hide them. Cool. So I think we're good now. Alright guys, well that's it from me. I'm gonna pass it over to Josh, who will show you how to optimize this mesh, how to create a low poly, how to bake maps, how to bring it to Substance Painter, and how to texture it. And then we're gonna hop in back to Blender. I'm gonna render it and create some really cool, you know, images at the end. I actually want to create a chamfer here too. Like a small one. Yeah, nice. Okay, well, thanks for watching guys, and I'll see you in the next video.